Good morning, chat. My name is Penbu. I'm the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux, and I really gotta go back to my old streams and figure out how I did my intro. Today we're looking at the ProgrammerAnimemes subreddits on Reddit. This is a subreddit dedicated to, as the name suggests, anime memes that have something to do with programming. Or as the subreddit here itself says, this is a subreddit dedicated to programming memes that have anime references, so maybe the other way around. If you're interested in following along, we are at the top for the, looking at the top memes, the most upvoted. I am using old Reddit, so it's going to look different if you're not on there, but it's all the same stuff anyway. Link is pinned in the chat. 539, welcome in. React content, we've done Svelte content before, you know, that's certainly a future stream idea, because I did do React professionally. And I think the only React things that we've done on stream is when I went through the Svelte tutorial, compared it to React. So that might actually, we might actually have to do a React stream at some point. Animes and medium programming is the topic, yes, that's the way to say it. There are certain memes here that I'm looking forward to. We'll get to them when we get there. But the subreddit itself isn't all that active. It was a lot more active several years ago, but posts are about a couple months apart at this rate. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but that's how things go. But yeah, we're gonna start off with the top here. I gotta start somewhere, right? Oh yes, and also this stream has a high chance of getting some sort of copyright issue. So if you care about the stream, you know what to do. Most cybersecurity experts today, and their younger years of illegally breaking into computers and websites. Mr. Real, come in. How many programming memes can be made from anime? Oh, there's a ton. Actually, I wonder if there's a way to know here. No, they don't give a count. If anyone knows how to find how many posts are on this subreddit, let me know. But yeah, there is a ton, and the subreddit has been running for probably about 5 years at this point, maybe more. So there's a lot. But yeah, most cybersecurity experts today and their younger years of illegally breaking into computers and websites. You go from your hacker days, and then you end up going to white hat hacking. White hat, of course, being like ethical hacking, and where you test things and try to break things with either hired by or with the permission of the entity that you're trying to break into, for the purpose of trying to help them. The opposite is black hat hackers, where they're trying to do so but maliciously. But a lot of people do often get started with just trying out whatever, which pays better. I actually don't know about that. Maybe it does. Which, if that ends up being the case, then it's kind of unfortunate, but yeah, it is the case that I don't know, companies will try to shave off funds or costs wherever possible, and sometimes that means sacrifices in security. At which point, then somebody finds a hole, and then it actually ends up costing them more in the long run, but then they still don't really do much about that, and you know, that's how it goes. But yeah, I'm not going to be rating these memes, by the way, but I will be making commentary and stuff about it, so hopefully someone here learns something. Moving forward, like error every time I see code. Me, after seeing 200 plus warnings but 0 errors in my code, I just keep moving forward. This is a very common meme where warnings don't exist, and the only thing that matters are errors. I don't actually know which manga this comes from. Someone's gotta Oh, that's a spoiler. Not that it matters to me, because I don't know what manga this is, and I don't probably plan on reading it. Nobody has anything. Attack on Titan, okay. So is this supposed to say Aaron then, in that case? Actually, check the comments on this first one. One of the best cybersecurity people I've ever worked with had just gotten out of prison for hacking. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. Yeah, and I suppose, you know, people who are really good at doing it for Black Hat would also be probably the best people that you could potentially hire for White Hat. Because they clearly know their stuff. Oh, right click has been disabled on this website. Oh man. I think I mentioned this on stream at some point. There's a website I was working on that had put in a script that disabled right clicking on the website. I think it even had a pop or something saying that saying something to the effect of copyright whatnot nonsense. But also, if you open the DevTools, it would redirect you to Google, which is crazy. And so we had, because we actually did have to open the DevTools, we managed to convince the guy, thankfully, to take that off. But none of that is actually particularly effective on people who actually know what they're doing. So yeah, don't even try. I need a meme of choosing the bypass technique from a wardrobe. Yeah, that would be good. C++ applied in waifus. Yuki, welcome in. Been a while. People still try to disable right-clicking. Yeah, I mean, I don't think. No, actually, I've probably seen it on at least one high-profile site. Yeah, I don't come across it very often, but also I tend to have scripts off, so I don't actually encounter the scripts that run that. C++ applied. Actually, let me give you a shout out here. Shout out Yuki VT. Yuki here does things with DOS and other hardware. Been a while since I tuned into a stream, but yeah, you've been working on. Was it a custom PCB for your long Uke project? Very good stuff. It's too bad I haven't been able to tune in recently though. Let me send that over in YouTube chat as well. But here we go. C++ applied in waifus. Programmers and anime girls. Can this be automated? The meme format, of course, originally is this a pigeon? And then we have Waifu Labs, which is actually popular. It's about a decade ago, I think, at this point. I did. This is perhaps one of the few AI things that I've touched. Few generative AI things that I've touched. So back when this was popular, I tried it out for a few. And got a few of them that were actually kind of good. It is pretty obvious that they're still AI. And I actually don't know what powered this, because it's certainly not... I don't think it's what powers the image generation AIs of today. Must have been something different, but... It was fairly effective in what it did. I miss the days when it was a novelty, not junk to filter through, yeah. I will be eventually on microcontroller programming stuff at the moment. Yeah. I don't think I've ever... I've done some low-level programming and programming hardware, but very, very basic stuff. Yeah, nothing to the level that you're doing, though. Maybe we should get an Arduino or something at some point. Give it a shot. It was a good blog. What people think programmers argue about, while true, and the MT4. So these are both ways, at least in C and C-like languages, to do an infinite loop. What we argue about, does having an anime profile picture make you a better programmer? And there is actually some discourse on whether if you're looking to hire somebody, you should pick the person with an anime profile picture, because the hypothesis, or the hypothesis, what they say is that they tend to be better programmers overall. I guess I can claim to have messed with the QMK a little bit and ZMK to a lesser extent. Can't say I know what those are, but yeah. So I'm gonna go look at the comments for those ones. Why are you gonna give source? Yes, Waifu Labs. I'm gonna go ahead and link this. I think they have updated this recently, or rather in recent years. Because if I'm not mistaken, they were planning on making a Husbando Labs as well, and I think they've actually made it. But it's been a while since I've looked. Next step, AI bot that automatically creates live 2D characters so we can all become VTubers on the cheap. Well, there is this, it's not AI. There are certain live 2D, or no, VTuber creators. Mannequin comes to mind, but it isn't live 2D, it's an Ochi 2D. Which happens to be what my model is based on, or rigged with. Mannequin VTuber, let me see. There probably exists one for live 2D as well, but this one at least I know of. One day we'll have an AI that writes anime plots and animates them. I think we're already there. Actually, this was 4 years ago. Oh yes, and yeah, waifu pillows. Once you go through your character selection process, you have the option of buying a pillow. I never did with any of mine, but it is an option. Crazy how quickly it came, yeah. And then for this one, anime profile pics are one of the greatest performance enhancers right after programming socks. Yeah, this is a case of correlation does not imply causation, so it's really the other way around. People who are good at programming tend to have anime profile pictures. And then the actual article, which I hope is still up, it's probably in there somewhere. But the... what was it? The Internet Archive's got to have it too. What was this code here? Define... use macros to abbreviate keywords. You know, yeah, but also don't do that. Also, let me know if any of this is too small to read, because I can make it bigger. Cheap programmer left on red. I showed you my source code. Please respond. I think the original meme was I showed you my dick. Please respond, or something like that. Obviously referring to code reviews here, which kind of given the person who this is Umiko from New Game. She is the senior programmer. I think maybe even the lead programmer. So in that case, this doesn't really make sense in the context of the character, but in the context of the meme, it works. Programmer, may I see your source code? Soon the AI blushes and looks embarrassed. Yeah, you pervert. Yeah, New Game. I watched both seasons and I did like them. I think I would like to have a spin-off that focuses on the programmers, because New Game focused on the character designers and the artists, but the programmers, I think, could use their own storyline. Oh, come on. And we have, I think it's Gabriel Dropout. Highly efficient algorithm written in modern C++. And the lecturer, I didn't teach you that. It's always, it's always the case for instructors and lecturers and all that to try to get you to stick to the material, even if there might be a better way. One, in part because it makes it easier for them to market, but also make sure that you didn't go and find a solution online and cheat. But it is a little bit frustrating to know that there is a better solution and you can't use it. We have Aqua from Konosuba. You don't have to pass parameters if every variable is a global variable. This is true. And I use the language that's kind of like that. Bash has a tendency... I wouldn't say encourages you to make global variables, but it is very easy to make global variables. And in most cases, that is what you end up doing. But yeah, if everything is a global variable, you can just access it straight up, rather than trying to pass it into whatever function you're trying to call. But obviously, that's bad practice, because then one function might affect the result for another function accidentally, and then you'd also have to have a bunch of global variables to make sure that every function that you need to have independence is actually independent. You're polluting global namespace. I guess that's why they call Aqua useless. This guy gets it. Been there, done that. 10 and 10 would not recommend. But yeah, I guess in some languages, especially some of the older languages, you probably have to do this. Writing apps in the TI-84 BASIC, which I think would be the programming language on the calculator. You only got 27 global variables A to Z. Now, if I recall, 10 global lists that could hold 999 items/numbers each. And as these were OS global values, you had to make programs play nice with each other if you were designing subprograms or routines. Sort of reinvented the wheel with calling conventions, using the variables as registers, and one of the lists like a stack. Yeah, if you're working with low-level programming, yeah, you'd be working with registers, which would be a fixed number of data slots effectively. Yeah, I mean, given that this was a calculator, I'm not terribly surprised. Chat, welcome in. Meme review, so exciting, yeah. Let me give you a shout out here. Let's find your Twitch one. But Chat Spinny Eyes is a fellow programmer. He's been learning... What have you been learning these days? TypeScript? Have you finished that? Yeah, you've been learning TypeScript and making a bunch of apps. And he also has this series going on where he makes... Or he, along with a bunch of other people, make very silly apps. Chat, let me know of one of the examples, because I'm kind of blanking here. Spinny Eyes. What are you on? Oh, there it is. I should have this all in the bot. Yeah. Do go check him out. Got another Aqua meme here from Facebook. Finding an academic paper on the algorithm you want to implement, and then it's this whole complicated thing. Yeah, because at least you have an algorithm, but interpreting the math behind it and then actually translating that to code is another thing. Every single time, yeah. I can't say I've had first-hand experience with this, because anything that I would probably need already has a library for it, but you know, what you have there is a formula. Also, average Wikipedia article. Yeah, that too. I read this while eating and nearly choked when I read the lower mathematics spelling. Is that actually what it says? Hold up. Yes, okay, yes. Nice. There are layers to this. Yeah, I'll have to look at this. Maybe I'll look at this now. What else do we have here? Because, I mean, the title, obviously. Stuff that's over your head. In this model, when the probability density of two series as a triplosive function. Is this a Konosuba reference? Triplosive? I don't even know what that means, really. which is 0 on the positive integer. I don't know what these betas are supposed to represent. Y equals beta 0 of beta 1x plus beta 2x2? Interesting. Plus epsilon on the sum to, I can't read that. I assume the top is infinity. F. Are these supposed to be function applications? Well, this one is definitely... Is this composition? I don't think the star is. For each unit increase from x to x plus 1 units, the expected yield changes by the product from I equals 0 to n factorial of delta 2 epsilon, too small to read, zeta, AB, whatever that is, zeta A to the bth power. Pretty confident this is gibberish, probably is. Yeah, because I mean, you do get this as the punchline, so. The general sentiment is there. Been there, not gonna lie. We programmers, when naming a variable, Gargura, of course, with her famous opening sound. I don't think this is really we programmers. This might be we mathematicians, because programmers don't typically give single letter variable names unless it's a loop variable. But also using a vtuber as weeb, I don't know. There is some overlap, but I wouldn't say weeb and vtubers are necessarily equivalent. I would say weeb and anime and manga, but not necessarily vtubers. But this was also 4 years ago, where I think the association was probably a little bit stronger. I just keep adding A's to my variables until my program gets louder and louder. That is certainly a thing you can do. I was actually maybe considering doing something like that, because I've been struggling to find ideas for the Curse programming series, Curse coding. But I haven't really gotten any good ones yet. Guess I'm not a weeb then, since I always made my trash variables X. Yeah, back in the day they were similar. Yeah, they were definitely given the lower popularity of VTubers and the higher proximity to anime, I think, yeah, that makes sense. Even if they aren't a weeb, it ends up like that anyway. Alright, now we have a video meme, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the BGM for a little bit, and hope we can actually hear this. And I'm gonna snooze this ad. Actually, no, we can get this without before the ad comes in.
そうだな。これ。消しゴム？そのうちわを使ってたくさん動かせた方の勝ち。わかったよ。じゃあお先にどうぞ。より動かせた方が勝ちか。これなら体力と力の勝負。俺に分がある。よし。動け動け動け動け動け動け。いける。高木さん目見てるか。涼しい。見てた？今動いたの？うん、見てたよ。ちょっとだけ動いてたね。まさか動くなんてね。びっくりだよ。なるほど。俺が消しゴムを動かせないと思って勝負にかこつけて涼むつもりだったんだな。さあ次は高木さんの番だよ。うん。西方より動かしたよ。え？私 うちわを使ってたくさん動かせた方が勝ちって言っただけだし。
Yeah. So we encountered the first of Bucket 3432's video memes. He's done a lot of them in the subreddit. I'm gonna go ahead and snooze this ad here. Yeah, and if anything gets me taken down, or if anything gets this VOD taken down off YouTube, it's probably gonna be these ones. So, hopefully not though. We'll see. So let's go through this one. However, we can sort this array faster using JavaScript wins. Keyword there, using JavaScript. So all I can do is sort the array. Learn bubble sort the other day. We can assume they're fairly new programmers. Bubble sort, of course, is one of the most inefficient sorting algorithms there is. It's very simple in that the algorithm is simple, but the way it goes about it is fairly inefficient. I think it has a what is it, a runtime of O of n squared. So at most you'd end up going through each element n times. So there are more efficient sorting algorithms out there. And so we have this code here. Nope, we got to go back there. An implementation of bubble sort in JavaScript using vars as well. And so this would be fairly old style, and this before ES6, and using traditional loops as well. And so this, I would say, is probably what you'd get as a beginner programmer. This is probably what your code ended up looking like. And then yeah, using the fan, as you might expect, to try to blow air to move the eraser. Oh yeah, and there was a I think there was a return at the end there. And of course, the first step of bubble sort happening there, switching the 59, 50, or 96 and 56. This PC is so warm because it is fairly inefficient. Didn't think it would ever finish, and then I made it this game to heat up the room. If you've ever seen the show, this is Takagi-san. This is a fairly common thing where Takagi does something or gets Nishikata to do something, and it may or may not be what he expects. I only have Takagi here doing things the efficient way, using the stuff that's built into the language. Notice here, though, that we have A and B. We have an anonymous function here, an arrow function, doing A minus B. So A is the first element to sort, and B is the second. Sorry, A is the first element to compare, and B is the second element to compare. And then you subtract the two because by default, JavaScript sorts things lexicographically. Is this how you say it? Whatever, that word. And so to get them to actually compare properly as numbers, you have to sort them as numbers, or compare them as numbers. And so this would be the comparator function. You pass into the sort function, and this would sort the array in place.
Hi.
Yeah, so just using language features like that. And yeah, of course, the wording there is the important bit. Use JavaScript. I quite enjoy Bucket's memes, so we're gonna hopefully stumble upon a bunch of them as we go. This is made with EG Sub too. He does have the subtitle file and code snippets all posted on GitHub and stuff. Yeah, also explanations in the memes down here. Many JavaScript engines use TimSort. I think they might actually use something else these days. But this was also 3 years ago. Yeah, good stuff. Favorite language? Good book can change your life. C programming language. In goes regular tired people, and now comes cat guys. There's a bit of a meme. I don't know how it came up. Stolfo and Ferris here. I don't know what the politically correct terms is now these days, because we used to call them traps, but I think people don't like that term anymore. But anyway, guys dressing in girls' clothing is what we have here, or presenting themselves as female. I don't know where that meme comes from, but it is a fairly common one in the programming sphere. ANSI, there ISO-C. Yeah, so to address this, yes. So we have the original C programming language, a book, was for the original KNRC. And then there was the second edition updated it for the ANSI standard, which is more like the C that we have today. I believe those two characters in different categories, which complicates things. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I haven't watched either their respective shows. Stolfel here being from Fate, and Ferris from ReZero. But yeah. Oh, there's much here. Oh no, I don't want to get rid of that one. This one I want to get rid of. I'm gonna stall a little bit for Twitch to get out of ads. C89, yeah. So it was C was standardized in as under ANSI in 1989. And then there was also updated in 99, which is a more common version, and then we still have updates today. I actually don't know what the most recent version is. I think it might be 2024. Might be later than that. C program also huge weeb. Learn C and didn't become a femboy. I'll have to learn C. Yeah, a lot of these also come with we'll see them later. There's a meme to do with the programming socks, which is leggings or high socks that are striped, usually in pink or blue. All right, welcome back, Twitch. Some of you were probably out earlier than that, but here we go. We have I don't remember her name. I think she's the sister of one of the protagonists in Kaguya-sama. Can't stop crying over this book, the C++ programming language. There is a repo. Actually, I wonder if I can find it. Anime girls holding programming books. Good repo, definitely worth a peruse at some point. If you want more of that kind of stuff. Why she's crying? Either because of all the stuff that C++ gets you to go through, maybe. Would cry if it was a Java book. At least C++ is fun. Java's okay. I don't know. I think between Java and C++, it obviously depends on what it is that I'm doing. I don't have too much experience in C++. I have used it, but not a whole lot. I used Java professionally for a couple of years. Waiting for the Rust or Haskell version. Learning the language of gods. Yeah, Haskell programmers do tend to, in my impression, they do tend to be like that a little bit. Don't you love it when that happens? When you accidentally delete a line of code and your program starts working properly. Turn the BGM back on, actually. And so we have here the meme of the trombone in the oven, where this father and his kids play a tune. And although the original wasn't captioned this way, there was the one that got popular was I think When Mom Isn't Home or something, and then they play this tune. And then we have the characters here from Demon Slayer. Effectively, I think this is a meme celebration. So you delete a line of code and then you celebrate that the program actually does end up working. Or be a little bit smug about it or something. And this line of code is where you call your only function. This is very Gladden. Artists when someone uses their painting, and then programmers when someone uses their program. Yeah, artists I think can be very, as I've observed anyway, artists can be very protective about people using their stuff. Whereas programmers, well, you'll get one of two things. Either you'll get the programmers who like people using their stuff, using their code, or you get the programmers who prefer you not to because the code is garbage, and they don't want to be responsible for anything. But also people just using the program in general is nice. But there is a little bit of a difference between artists and programmers, because the programs are meant to be useful, whereas the art is meant to be looked at, enjoyed as is. I am personally a proponent of Creative Commons, so anything I put out that I can license under one of the Creative Commons licenses, I will, but not everyone feels that way. So happy when someone forked my bad personal project. Kids are forking. Most code you put up on GitHub has an MIT or GNU license, meaning you have given explicit permission for that code to be reused. Most art is posted with the default implicit all rights reserved copyright, meaning it needs express permission to be reused. Yeah, so one of these days I've been thinking of doing a presentation on a license crash course on software licenses. I haven't gotten around to it yet, though. There's one other presentation I want to get to first. I do that deliberately. What is that in this context here? Implicit license. Ah, I see. Yeah. I mean, I personally prefer putting my own stuff under... I mean, I say that the website doesn't have a license on it. Mostly because I don't know what to do with it. Not that I don't want people using it, I just don't know what to do with it, so I haven't put a license on that yet. But on everything else, I will generally put an open source, free and open source license on it. But other people feel differently, you know, you're free to do whatever you want. Getting angry at your computer for syntax errors be like. Computer is when a programmer yells at them for doing exactly what it asked them to. Sorry. I think this meme is actually pretty inaccurate, because the computers will not feel sorry for you. They'll just do things, and you'll be the one who will feel anything. So if anything, the computer will blame you for for making it, or for making mistakes. Tokyo Ravens is apparently the source for this one. If someone's actually doing something that calls for there to be a license, I'm probably willing to add one on a case-by-case basis. my preference is to at least know if that's happening. Yeah, fair enough. I think on PC is more like a cat. Yeah, whatever. Are you gonna feed me, or should I start ripping apart something? What's this folder? Games, be ashamed if something were to happen to it. Yeah. And then is this Jahi? This might be Jahi. We got sleeping, and then I know how to fix that error in prod brain. Oh, I already forgot. Yeah, this is why you write things down. Although even sometimes in the process of writing things down, you forget. So even that's not foolproof. Or I just get up and fix it at 4 AM, but that's often not a good idea either. Or if you think you know how to fix that error, but actually you're trying something you've already tried like three attempts back, repackage it with a different method or operator. Yes. When you are stuck on a bug and remember that you have a fix for it on an old project. Great work, past me. I've done this before too. And that's why you keep your old projects around, even if they might be not up to your standards anymore, because sometimes you may want to go back and reference something. Hate yourself when you remember clearly you fixed it before and just don't remember how. And yeah, that's why I put every bit of code you write into a version control repository. That's not enough. You actually have to make sure that you put in proper commit messages to it that are actually helpful. Was it Chris Bean's Git messages? Yeah, this one. Definitely, I would suggest giving that a read if you haven't seen anything like this before, because while it is a little bit more effort to make commit messages actually read well in the moment, if you ever have to go back and look at them, you'll thank yourself in the future. Pointer is pointing at RAM, so this is the pointing Sojak meme. Sojak? I don't remember. But we have RAM here from ReZero, and we have an int pointer, which points to an int variable. Well, not necessarily a variable, but just some sort of data labeled as an int. And then we have that being held in RAM, in memory. And of course, RAM doesn't do its own garbage collection. I have not seen ReZero, so I don't know. I feel like I'm missing a bit of context there. Garbage collection, of course, is a technique by the language where it cleans up references for you, or it cleans up allocated memory for you. Some languages, especially the higher level ones, will do garbage collection for you, especially the scripting languages, but some of the lower level languages, or some of the ones that how do I describe them? The ones that expect you to do expect you to know what you're doing will get you to do manual garbage collection. And often manual garbage collection is more efficient because the compiler doesn't have to guess when things have gone out of scope and are not needed. About Kaguya, I learned C programming. And then they forgot to allocate memory for the null terminator. Sag faults. Of course, reading the C programming language here. And so when in C, you get a seg fault when things that are unexpected happen. So in this case, you have a null terminator for a C string. And if you end up going past that and reading into memory that you should not be reading, then you might end up with a seg fault. The compiler, not the compiler, the runtime will issue a seg fault. The null terminator here in this case is what tells C that the string has ended, so it's very important to have that. you will hopefully crash immediately. Yeah, and that's sometimes not even guaranteed. Aura, welcome in. I leaked memory in Java once. It does happen. There was a time in JavaScript that I've leaked memory too, or had to deal with a memory leak because we were in a closure, holding on to a piece of a DOM element, and the solution was to explicitly null it out before exiting the closure. So it's not there are cases where you do have to do manual memory management, even in garbage collected languages. And in those cases, it's good to know how to do it. And so it's best to know it's best to have programmed in a language that is manually memory words. I can't word today. That has manual memory management. Switch statements, never heard of them. Function of code, me, if else, if else, if else, if else. Just a bunch of if else's. Not every language has switch statements, but the C-like languages almost always do. Switch statements. You know what? I do have an editor up here. So instead of doing if case 1 or if, let's say x is equal to 1, else if x is equal to 2, and so on. You can instead do switch x case 1 do something, case 2 do something, and then default and do something else. And it tends to look a little bit cleaner. Although some people say don't use switch and just stick to if else's. I don't agree, but there it is. I'm sure somebody in the comments is going to say something to that effect too. If it works, it works. Don't question it. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go write 15 lines of code to return true or false depending on whether the input given is true or false. I'm probably, you know what, I wouldn't be surprised if I've seen that on Daily WTF. This site is a fun read if you ever get the chance. Big if true. Yanda dev be like. So it's been said, and I think people have seen the source code for it. Yanda is simulator. The source code for that is basically a bunch of if-else statements, or from what I've heard, or you know, programmed in a way that suggests that the developer was probably not a very experienced programmer. We'll never use elif in Python, which is Python's else if statement, or else if keyword. Pythonic way of switch is to make a list of function names and go through the list and call the function depending on the input. Is that idiomatic? But yeah, pattern matching would be better for languages that do have that. So I added the Windows terminal and I was a party every time I opened it. This really isn't the meme, but I think it was the first of its kind on this, so they allowed it. And then they give instructions on how to do that. But yeah, basically you have Aqua here just dancing in the corner. Even if it was, it's irrelevant now as Python did get pattern matching. Ah, very good. Still gotta learn Python at some point. People expect me to know it, but it is actually one of the languages that I don't know because everything I can do with the other languages that I know. Teamwork. Once again, we have a new game meme here. You basically know it. Yeah, I can read Python, and I have written a little bit of Python because I contributed to a Python code base at some point. So I can probably hobble my way through it. But if you ask me to write a Python file from scratch, I'd probably find I would probably be able to do it with a lot of difficulty. And it probably wouldn't be idiomatic either. So I don't know if I've ever said this on stream, but with language, learning or knowing a language, you have three things. You have the syntax, you have the vocabulary, and then you have the idioms. So syntax would be, well, basically the program syntax. The vocabulary would be things like the libraries, and then the idioms would be the patterns they use. And if you don't have one of those three, then you can't really consider yourself fluent in the language. Team chat when people are sending memes. People are very active. And then team chat when I need help with an issue in production. Nobody's there. A little bit relatable. But yeah, we have the designers here, not the programmers, but the show did feature the designers. Whoever created PHP watched too much Konosuba. This was just a month ago, so. We have Java with a split function. The split function takes a string and splits it up into an array of characters. C# with split. I don't know if I like this comparison because Java and C# are very similar. But they have PHP. Yeah, I mean, a lot of languages have the split too, so it's fine. But they have PHP with explode. You know, exploding the string into multiple, into an array. And we have Megumi here in the background from Konosuba. She's very much known for her explosion magic, which is pretty much the only thing that she can do. No. Konosuba was created by former PHP developer going mad. Yeah, I can't say that I am particularly opposed to PHP having explode instead of split, but it does make for interesting comparisons. People write about what they know, I guess. Yeah. And yeah, when people do this kind of comparison and they find that in the comments that no, a lot of other languages actually do it the other way too. It's kind of funny. But also a moment for learning. This is a comment-related post. Writing comments on my code be like, people die if they are killed. I can't read that. A school festival is a festival that takes place at our school. The left arm is not a right arm, and tomorrow is another day. So we have something from the Fate series, the famous people die if they're killed. I hear this makes more sense in context. I think I told you about that one former coworker. It's fairly surface level criticism. You may have, yeah, it might have been in the Discord somewhere, possibly. I don't remember which instance you're talking about, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's come up. I don't remember what this is. This is My Hero Academia? Possibly? Then we have something from JoJo, and then we have something from Charlotte's. MHA? Alright, great. The painfully obvious comments on every single... Oh, yes. Okay, so for this, yes. Good comments will explain the code, not what it does, but either it will summarize it in a way that's not obvious by looking at it, or it will explain why the code is there, or it might explain certain pitfalls that you might run into when looking at or changing the code. But if you're just commenting basically a play-by-play of what the code is doing, that it's not a very useful comment. And sometimes it's even worse than useless, because if the code changes and you don't update the comments, then there's a mismatch. Fundamentally, it should communicate something that the code itself does not. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. How do I explain what a function called connect to game does without being redundant? Like, sure, it can say what the parameters are, and then what connects to the game. I mean, oftentimes you can have the code just be self-documenting. You know, name your variables and functions in a way that makes it obvious what they're doing just by looking at it. Or if you have external documentation, which you should have for public-facing functions in your APIs, explain why it exists and how to use it. Yeah, I think Go mandates a doc comment on exported items. That's probably a good thing. Because I know a lot of the times when I was working in JavaScript, we would export a function, and because it's mostly for internal use, we wouldn't even bother documenting it. But later down the line, somebody possibly new looks at it and then has to try to figure out how it's used. So even internal functions are probably worth documenting. It's well-intentioned, but I've seen that particular road lead to hell. Yeah, I mean, that's that is also, yeah, if you force absolutely every single export, there will end up being cases where you end up just with a junk comment, basically. Because either people are too lazy to write them, or there's really just nothing to say. And they have Anya from Spy Family. You have a double int pointer, which points to an int pointer, which points to an int, similar to the RAM meme that we had earlier. Just in this case with a pointer to a pointer. This one might be good to have on hand for explaining pointers. I personally have never had any issues with understanding pointers, but it does seem like a common snag point for some people. Okay, I think this should be safe to have. There are certain videos by Virtual Harvey that are songs, and I would rather not play those. But I think this one is not a song.
Chat guys, I'm seeing yet another article in the news about this Log4j thing. Oh, was there another vulnerability? Well, have you fixed Log4j? How did you allow this to happen anyway? Us? Sir, we weren't the ones who made Log4j. Well, which team made it? I need an incident report ASAP. Sir, none of us here use Java. Oh, that's good. Coffee beans are getting really expensive. I mean, we don't use Log4j. Oh, we don't? Oh, so we're completely unaffected by it? Well, actually... Well, our outsourced HR software has an arbitrary feature that uses a library that has a dependency, that has another dependency, that has yet another dependency, that has, you guessed it, a dependency that uses Log4j. So is it fixed and stuff? Yeah, they've updated it to the fixed version. Oh, so they're vulnerable because they aren't up to date. How shameful. How can any tech company survive without being up to date? Good thing we're not like them. Sir, our company uses Windows Vista and COBOL. Well, that's enough work for me today. I'm gonna take a break. Huh? Coffee? Sir, none of us here use Java.
Yeah, Virtual Harvey's memes are also very good too. She used to stream. It doesn't look like she streams anymore. But she does have her videos, these videos here, still up on her YouTube. But yeah, we're gonna go through this here. Log4j. This was there's a problem about 3 years ago. Log4j is a logging utility that's used a lot in Java, and there was a vulnerability in Log4Shell, I think it was, some time ago, around 3 years ago. I don't remember what the vulnerability was, but because Log4j was so widespread, it affected a lot of people, a lot of companies, particularly. So vulnerability, it fixed Log4j. Obviously, it being a library, a third-party library, this company doesn't have any way to actually fix it, but I think when it was disclosed, because of responsible disclosure and all that, by the time it was made public, there should have already been a fix for it. And usually when that happens, you all you have to do is update to the latest version. But obviously, like what we have here, later on, you might have dependencies of dependencies of dependencies, depending on log4j, and sometimes the dependencies in between you can't really update. So you kind of have to hope that you can update the vulnerable library independently somehow. I know you can do that in Node. You might be able to do that in other systems. I don't know specifically if you can do that for Java. None of us here use Java, so yeah, sometimes you might be affected by it even if you're not using it directly. Java, of course, being another word for coffee. And the manager here clearly doesn't know anything about about technical stuff. Sorry, Twitch, you're gonna go into ads very soon. The vulnerable because they aren't up to date. It's very common for companies to not be up to date. How can any tech company survive without being up to date? Good thing we're not like them. It can, if your company has not built up a habit, a culture of keeping things up to date, because there is a tendency not to touch things if they're working, and updating has the potential to break things. So you have to make sure that when you update, you test things, and so there is very tempting to leave updates for a while so that you don't have to deal with that. But then that means that the longer you stave off the updates, the larger work you're going to end up having when you actually do end up updating, because you're updating through more versions, and more versions means more things that could go wrong. So it's better to do updates more often so that you can deal with the smaller issues as they come up, instead of having to do all the big issues when you do it at once. With the side effect, of course, of having more secure software. But it can be a bit of a struggle to convince your higher ups to try to do that, because again, the tendency is, if we don't need later versions, and the thing that the version that we have now works, why bother upgrading? But you will have to upgrade eventually. I mean, I say that, but don't ask me how long it's been since I've updated Arch. So I probably need to take my own advice there. But yeah, I hope Virtual Harvey is doing well. I don't think I've heard much from her in recent years, so good luck with the keyring. Oh yes. Well, actually, the Arch Linux keyring isn't actually that bad, because all you have to do is update the keyring first, and then you update the rest of the system. She seems to still be posting on social media a bit. Yeah, I haven't really checked, but I think I did check out her Twitter briefly. Yeah, she's at least alive. But yeah, Virtual Harvey's been around for a while, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's just moved on at this point, because was it the average lifespan of a VTuber is about 3 to 5 years, and I think she's pretty much hit that. Alright, we got another video one. JavaScript Megumine. So I did mention Megumine's only ability that she uses is explosion magic, and then this scene is basically that. reinterpreted to be just JavaScript. I lean to the side to show the subs. It's kind of I don't really think about this. I would have maybe I should just keep it like this, and maybe this is big enough for everyone to see. And would probably be no, I don't think it would trigger YouTube any less. Because last time I went through the openings of some of the shows when we did our fan subbing stream, it still managed to catch it. So, oh well. Speaking of fan subbing, sorry to any of the fan subbers out there with the subs. I mean, these are not my subs, but I mean, I'm sure you had a reaction to that. Error 500. Server error, probably. Check your inputs. I must be civilized JSON. If you have an input from the client and it's invalid, then you should be serving a 400 type error, not a 500. If you have a 500, something's wrong with your code. Fortunately, I'm way too tired to pay that much attention today. Well, good for you. Civilized JSON here, I assume, mean properly formatted and conforming to whatever schema they have. Civilized JSON. Our JavaScript backend has lived enough already. Having your application crash and restart, it's not a good thing. Although having a fast recovery is. Starting tomorrow, we'll rewrite the whole thing in Go. I'm surprised this isn't Rust, because I think the Rust rewrite meme has been around even 4 years ago. And then we have Megumin refusing to use anything but JavaScript. I don't know if I've ever encountered any programmers who are this adamant about using a single language. I mean, I guess you could say me to an extent. Not for a single language, but for the language that I do know. I can't touch any other languages. Your level high enough in JavaScript. I think Aqua here is saying that you should be able to use any other language, which is true. If you are at a certain level of proficiency with a single language, you should have enough transferable skills to be able to pick up another language fairly easily. I spent about 24 consecutive hours in airports planes this week. I'll hope you recover soon. Sounds like a lot. The only path to master Audacity, first I had to learn an XLisp. I actually don't know too much about this. Audacity and XLisp I know are related. I don't know specifically what XLisp is. Is it their plugin language? Or is it actually what they're writing in? And ended up learning C so I could update their FFmpeg bindings. Yes, because you do end up having to do that. FFmpeg, of course, being the multimedia library and processor. I'm a full stack JavaScript arch wizard. Don't even like any other scripting language. Could of course easily earn more by writing Go or even TypeScript. Yeah, if you know JavaScript, you should probably learn TypeScript because people tend to prefer that. I have encountered people who hate TypeScript, but in a professional environment, I would personally suggest using TypeScript because it is, or rather, if you're going to be using a JavaScript-based language, TypeScript I think would be a very good choice in most cases. That one do I only love JavaScript, even single-threaded, which, yes, unless you're working with web workers. Yeah, I think web workers takes you to another thread, or like actual threads if you're working in Node. Even if my Node modules keeps getting heavier, I've had node modules that were several gigs in size. It's not fun. Node modules, of course, is where all the dependencies go for when you install the dependencies for a node application. We actually did do in one of our very earliest streams. It's in here somewhere, oldest. This one, we had NPM packages only. I don't know, I kind of don't want to go back and watch that because it's very early. But in that one, we did try to use as many dependencies as we could. Then we got to over 100 in the dependency tree. I don't think it ended up being huge in terms of a node module size, but I have had projects where it's in the gigabytes. The man who lived in an airport for 18 years. I don't know who that's referring to. I know I've watched a movie called The Terminal, and I think that that didn't have somebody living in an airport for an extended period of time. But yeah, I have an inkling of what you might be talking about, but the specifics don't come to mind. Also, the comments for this one. That line was kind of funny, in which Kazuma says, "The fact that the intern sympathizes with her proves it." Did I even finish going through it? I might not have. Yeah, I mean, I will say it is a little bit admirable for the passion that Megumi would have here for sticking with a single language. As misplaced as that might be. The developer is useless. Yeah, the broader your knowledge, the more useful you become. I have had a coworker say that you should be T-shaped in your skills. I should have a little bit of knowledge of a lot of things, but a deep knowledge of one thing. So you specialize, but also make sure that you have shallow, broad knowledge of a lot of things. If you're able to, you can be more like a square and have deep knowledge of everything, but that's usually not particularly attainable. And what they have said, Jack of all trades is a master of none, which probably does apply here. Also, a full stack JavaScript Arch Wizard. Yeah, I would not be surprised if there is some sort of job opening with that title, because I remember when I was applying for jobs when I was in university for co-op, there were some job listings, job titles that said stuff like Rockstar developer or like Ninja developer, whatever. It has become a bit of a meme, and if a company does have a title like that, don't go there. Stay away. At least Megumi's pure innocent soul is safe from the inability to use generics, the horror of interface, and the fanatical cult of line of code counts. Code rusts on an Arch machine, by the way. So I think these are all, well, generics and interface are all TypeScript concepts. They also exist in other languages. Generics at this time, I think, weren't a thing in Go. They did add it later. So I'm guessing this is probably TypeScript. Line of code counts, it is a metric that some companies used to use, and hopefully don't use now, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's still some that do. Where the amount of work that you did or are paid for is based on number of code lines you write. Which is not good, because if you're programming effectively, a lot of the times you're actually deleting code. Select one formatter and change the formatter the next day. Yeah. I learned recently there's for git blame, ignore revs. There's a function in, or there's a feature in git blame that lets you ignore specific commits. Let's see. And GitHub actually has support for this. They called it git blame ignore revs the file. That'll automatically correct it for me. Where is it? Anyway, if you have a file that has this name in it, when you go through the GitHub blame view, it will respect that. I'm a little bit annoyed that they didn't call it git blame with no dash, because that's more in line with Git file conventions, but at this point it's a little bit too late to change. Or more specifically, replacing something with something shorter, yeah. Basically, if you're coding right, a lot of the times you will be reducing the amount of code, not increasing it. Why not TypeScript? TypeScript is like fire magic as JS explosion magic. It looks the same, but it is not. Ah yes, HTML NASA hack. Aren't you a bit too inexperienced to start hacking? You just learn HTML. Frankly, I don't care. I don't. This anime looks familiar, but it's not quite coming to me. But a lot of people, when they start delving into programming technical stuff, will learn HTML, and will go into the dev tools and start messing around with in there and saying they hacked the website. HTML by itself is not typically thought of as a programming language. It's more of a markup language, and so it's not useful for doing most tasks. My gut says Helsing, but not confidently. We'll find out. Somebody should have said something in here. No. Well, at least we have something here. Jujutsu Kaisen? Interesting. I would not have guessed. Tech support blank HTML editing scam. I can't say I've come across that one, but I would not be surprised if that was a thing too. I fixed it. OP in comments. Okay, so for this one, we actually have to have context on one of the ones down here. So we're going to skip ahead to this one so we have context on the other one. This one is wholesome for all of the seniors who have helped us. Junior dev unable to figure out the bug in a long while. Looking pretty defeated. The senior dev stepping in to debug. It's fine now because I am here. I will admit to having some of these moments back when I was working at the tech company I was at. A lot of times we didn't have any junior developers, we had intermediate developers. They would be stuck on a problem and then I come in and help them out, and it generally works. This is how I feel as a senior, and I'm looking for a junior to eat my hair, take my place. Wait, I've seen this one. Is it not on Stack Overflow? Page number 47. Entire team group checked behind your desk arguing loudly. Entire sprint is delayed by 5 hours. Well, I mean, I guess that's what the next meme is going to be for. Yeah, this is My Hero Academia. This is, I don't remember what it was. It had something with a witch in it. Little Witch Academia. That's what it was. Aha. So now we can go back to this one. I can go ahead and close that one. Should head out. Alright, thanks for dropping by. And good night. Alright, where's the other meme here? So yeah, we fixed it. But now we have the same face for both of them. I've had some of these moments too where come in, the intermediate developer doesn't know what to do with it and is stuck. I come in, and it actually is pretty hard, and we take a while before we actually end up getting to it. Figuring out what's wrong. And sometimes we don't figure out what's wrong, we just try to work around it. And in some cases, the intermediate developer was the one who ended up figuring it out after a while too. So I ended up having to leave them to go do something else. A random guy in Stack Overflow came in to save the day. I've never actually posted on Stack Overflow. Or any other help forums for that matter. Egg IRL and ProgrammerAnimemes crossover. Transitioning, because I hate being male, transitioning because that will make it easier for me to bait sims on Stack Overflow to debug for me. Transitioning here being the gender transition. It's been said that if you're female, you'll get you'll have an easier time getting other people to do things for you, including things like programming help and debugging. So that's what this is. That's what this is referencing. Programming socks are cheaper though. When you take off your programming socks, it's all over. Can't do this anymore. I'm tired of being a programmer. I'll take off my programming socks. Like I said, I don't know where this meme came from. I think the comments here said that this particular frame or panel was from a hentai, but I don't know if anyone actually found it. Or maybe they did. I don't know. I'm not gonna bother looking into that. Keep coding, son. Thinking you're a bad programmer because the code you wrote a week ago looks horrible. And realizing you're a better programmer for noticing. Yeah, in the moment, you'll either write bad code because you're inexperienced, or you write bad code because of whatever else. And then you look back on it, almost always you'll find that your code is not the way you would have necessarily written it today. Although sometimes the opposite is the case, where you wouldn't have written it that way today, but it would have actually been, the way you wrote it is actually better. But a lot of the times you look back on your old code and you kind of cringe a little bit, because you know better now. And that is a good thing. Knowingly writing bad code. No, I mean, we've done that on this channel too sometimes. Glenn, welcome in. What if it's bad and you can't fix it? That's when you pull in the help of someone else, I think. Oh, I mean, it depends if you actually need to fix it. Because if you don't care, and it's for a personal project, then, you know, it's whatever. If it's for something that's actually necessary to fix, you probably have other people helping you. Or you can also stall, wait a few years, and then hope you can figure it out in the future. Oh yeah, and this is another problem. Can you understand your old code? Not only do you have some time between your old code and now, and you've also written it in a way that's that may not be as easy to understand. So you do have to end up deciphering your old code too. Wait until computers get better. I mean, we do have the AI tools that summarize code for us, and a lot of people will use AI to write code, which I'm not particularly... I mean, I wouldn't use it myself, but I know some people do find it helpful. I think it's not worth it, but sometimes you just gotta get something out. Alright, we got another video meme by Virtual Harvey. I'm expecting more good things.
Hey, tech guys! I just read about this new technology thing called carbon. Yeah, I've heard of that. I looked it up on the internet, and apparently this is some crazy thing you can find in humans and in pencils. We're made out of this stuff. No, it's... Never mind, I don't have time for this. Why are you so busy? Because I'm the only one left after my senior colleague disappeared? She didn't disappear, she jumped out the window. I'm gonna jump out of the window if this continues. You said you hired someone else like 6 months ago. Oh, alright, fine. Oh, we can look for people who are good at this carbon thing. Do you think 5 years of experience is sufficient for a junior hire? 5 years of experience with carbon? Yeah, is that too little? It just came out last week. And nobody can have 5 years of experience in something that's 1 week old. Well, why not? Because of how time works? Oh, well, I guess since they're knowledgeable candidates, we won't be hiring any new staff for this department. Wait! Yes? I'm sorry. Please post a job listing. Any level of experience of carbon is fine. Oh, but you said it's not possible for people to have experience in carbon. No, I was wrong. It's possible. After all, we are all made of carbon.
I hope that audio is not problematic. Carbon, this was 3 years ago. I think was the new framework for Mac OS UI elements. I could be wrong about that. Mean more memory, CPU, etc., so they aren't a bottleneck anymore. Yeah, that works if the code was only inefficient, but if it's incorrect, that's another problem. But yeah, I mean, there have been times where developers would just wait until we had the resources to be able to do it. I don't know if that's not necessarily the best approach, but sometimes it is necessary. I have had cases where I've left the project on pause, and I come back to it a few years later, and the language has been updated to properly support the thing that I would have needed. So, in a way, that's a good thing. I need to check, guys, read thing about technology called Carbon. Because it just came out. It's a crazy thing you can find in humans and pencils. Carbon, the elements, which of course I think the framework is named after. Because I'm the only one left after my senior colleague disappeared. He jumped out the window. You know, some workplaces will make you want to jump out the window, I'm sure. He hired someone else like 6 months ago. So the 6 months since the window's been broken, I guess the company hasn't been particularly on their toes for that. Look for people with carbon, with experience in carbon. The whole 5 years of a thing that's only a week old. It's also a bit of a meme. Not necessarily a week old, but 10 years of experience in a thing that's only existed for 3 years. Yeah. Yeah, another quality virtual Harvey meme there. I agree. When front-end developer is going on a date, CDBEDD and F0E3EA really do look nice together, don't they? I'm going to assume, and I didn't look this up, but I'm going to assume that they're either their hair colors or their shirt colors. We have CDBEDD. It's a gray. That's more on the blue, or not blue, more on the magenta side. So I'm guessing it's probably the shirt color. I have F0E3EA. It's a little more on the red side. So yeah, I would say it's probably the shirt colors here. This is from what's the title called? I know the show. I've seen the first season. Somebody in the comments has got to have it. Everyone wondering, this is what the colors look like. Yeah, so it's your shirt colors. で、K が恋の落ちたので証明してみた。The second season. Actually, maybe I did watch the second season. I don't remember. They called this Rike Koi was the short name of it. Science fell in love, so I tried to prove it. Yes. Article is 1 minus sine theta is a polar plot of a heart. Very fitting for a romance show that has very technical. I remember liking this show. I should double check if I watched the second season. Struct dio function main let underscore x equals dio. Error expected function found dio. Of course, going off the meme of you expected something else, but it's actually me, Dio. Dio comes from JoJo, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, according to the comments, this is Rust. I'm not at the point yet where I can identify Rust code just on site. Yeah. I haven't seen this meme format in a while. I think it might have fallen out of favor, out of fashion. Me, when I learned that Stack Overflow cannot help me with my relationship issues. Stack Overflow can help with a lot of things. There is actually probably something in the Stack Exchange network that deals with relationships. So while Stack Overflow itself might not be able to help you, one of the other forums might. Try adding NoSQL to your search. NoSQL, of course, being a non-relational database. Get reset hard is what I usually do. Said something that has upset my wife a lot, and she's still sulking 2 days later. How do I roll back to the previous version of our relationship? RMRF, no preserve wife. There it is. Yeah, interpersonal Stack Exchange. There, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, the Stack Exchange is a whole network of things. Stack Overflow is just the code one. Print, hello world. World exists, new programmers. We have Komi greeting us hello. Fairly self-explanatory meme here. Actually, to dig a little bit deeper, Hello World is the introductory program that that many programmers will use as the first program they write. By convention, the first program they write in a programming language. Yeah, this is Komi from Komi-san wa Komi Shou desu. Komi can't communicate. Good series. I was caught up on the manga until some point, and then I just kind of fell off. I need to get back to it. I was also watching the anime at some point, and then the subs stopped coming out. I hear there's another group working on it, though. Feels great. When you spend a few hours coding and end up with less lines of code than you had in the beginning. This is a really beautiful array of code. Yeah, this is from Maid Dragon, which forgot her name. It's in the title. 5 through 9 would Kobayashi. That's what it was. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, she is a programmer, and you will get. I think this might be an actual screen from the show. And this looks like it might be some JavaScript representation of CSS, or the style here anyway. I don't know if I necessarily agree with JSS, JavaScript style sheets, but it has its uses. Every time code is shown in anime is always the start of the file every time. Wait, that's not the code that was in the scene. Ah, yes, okay, so maybe it isn't. I'm not sure what that was pointing to. Yeah, okay, so the code got replaced. I'm gonna close that. We saw this one. This isn't really a programming meme, but we have Wireshark. Of course, Gura the Shark, VTuber. Wireshark being a program that is an inspection tool for network packets. The name probably explains it somewhere. I don't want to bother trying to dig into that. 'cause I don't want to think about it. But yeah, it's a fun pun here. I don't think it's a programming meme, but the wordplay is nice. What do you think she's programming on? It's like programming with my grandfather. Ordinary functions and objects, you only use basic HTTP requests. Why are you avoiding complexity? My mentor said it was enough for projects of this era. I can't say I know the show. Oh, Freerun. Oh yeah, this was only a year ago. I still need to watch Freerun. But yeah, I mean, I feel like this sometimes, where some of this stuff is just good enough, and why would I use something else? jQuery is too modern, PureJS is enough. Actually, nowadays, PureJS is generally enough, because a lot of the things that we needed jQuery for has actually been absorbed into the language, so we actually don't need a lot of the libraries that we used to need. Freerun is a functional programmer, deciphered the out of the OOP object-oriented programming inheritance barrier made by so you're using category theory. I just don't know what this is. I don't know what this says. Bad coding practices are still starting to pay off. Once again, referencing the log4j exploit. So we have log4shell. My team using system out println, which is the function you'd use to print a piece of text online to standard out in Java. So what the meme here is saying is that instead of using a logger utility, you just directly print it out. And having a logger utility is actually useful, because it means that you can get more granular on what you log out and to where you can log it out to. But in a pinch, you know, even in JavaScript, I'll just use console logs and stuff. Just raw console logs. But for proper logging, you know, maybe consider using logging utility. Honestly, even before log4shell, the sheer amount of effort it takes to do logging the proper way in Java has caused me so much pain. Yeah, logging is important, because then that tells you, that's your way of knowing what the program is doing and what might be going wrong. It's one of those cases where you don't need it until you need it, and if you don't put it in before you need it, then you're out of luck. This commenter does make a good point, though. You should probably print it out to the system error instead of system out. Yeah. Jack of all trades, master of none. I think this one is read from left to right. So you're a programmer, that's right. I know C, C++, Java, C#, Python, PHP, JavaScript, TypeScript, HTML, CSS, Assembly, Go, Dart, D, Lisp, VB.NET, F#, Pascal, COBOL. Okay, and what can you do? Possibly nothing. Honestly, I feel like this sometimes, where I do have a lot of languages under my belt, but over time I feel like I can just do less and less. My vast array of programming knowledge allows me to invert a binary tree. What does that even mean? It means I'm qualified to work as a junior dev assigned to improving the click-through rate of an obscure dashboard button by 1%. Inverting a binary tree, of course, is the famous Google interview question. We've all been there. What kind of degenerate would approve a pull request without looking through the code? A lot of people will do this if the pull request is very long. A pull request, what's that? Just push to master. Merge conflict, just deal with it manually. PR with 5 lines changed, 100 comments about code style and other minor improvements. PR with 3,082 1,892 lines changed. Instantly merged without any comment. Yeah, this is why you break your pull requests into small change sets, because it's kind of difficult to look through a very large pull request, and people will gloss over things. And so I guess if you're trying to put an exploit into something, put a vulnerability in something, that's how you do it. But if you're actually trying to get your stuff reviewed, then do consider smaller pull requests. In GitLab speak, that would be merge request. Pull request is the GitHub term. They're just trying to help. Red squiggly lines on text editors, and we have red squiggly lines on code editors. Ryushi looking happy here, and then with intent to kill on the second one. On text editors, it would be the red squiggly line would indicate a spelling error, and so it would be typically helpful. Red squiggly lines on code editors, on the other hand, would tend to be code errors. Sometimes they're useful, sometimes they're not. I actually tend to have validation as a type off, because I'm writing a piece of code, I know it's incorrect, don't tell me about that. Well, should we have the ones from text editors as well in code editors? There actually are some plugins you can have so that you can that it recognizes spelling errors, even in camel case names. So if you're prone to spelling things incorrectly in your code, you should maybe consider looking into that. Just wait, it might work. Compiler error. Me changed nothing and run it again. Compiler, why did you do that? I will admit to having done this too. Sometimes it does actually work, because if you end up forcing it, sometimes some cache gets cleared or bypassed or something, and it just happens to work anyway. Can't convince me that computers are still deterministic in 2020. Maybe I forgot to compile last time, which obviously wasn't the case. I mean, sometimes that happens too. Yeah, is this Gabriel Dropout? This looks like it might be. But I don't think anyone gave a source. This happens to me regularly sometimes, but I need to open the file in VS Code and stare at it. Opening it gets rid of red squigglies. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes when if you have an IDE or a text editor that functions like an IDE, sometimes having one of the background processes just restart and work on stuff, that might be enough to do something and change the environment. Here we go again, me preparing to spend 30 minutes writing a script for a task I'm going to run once and would take 17 seconds manually. As a programmer mindset to try to automate everything, even though it might not be worth it. There's this XKCD comic, which somebody probably has here. I'd be surprised if nobody did. Oh, there it is, 12:05. Is it worth the time? Yeah, there's this whole chart here. I mean, there are cases where you might not want to follow this. And that would be the cases where learning how to automate something or the task would actually benefit you because you've learned something over the time it takes to actually automate it. And sometimes that might be the case. In a lot of cases where I run into this, I would not learn much from automating it because I would already know how to automate it. But I might still do it anyway just because I don't want to do it. I don't want to do the task, but yeah. You had one job when you've been debugging for hours, only to find out the problem was VS here being Visual Studio, or probably Visual Studio Code in this case, adding a random close parenthesis somewhere. And then we have Ui from Kaon. This wasn't in any original work, but there was this meme edit, or meme illustration rather. I don't know where it came from. That's why I use Internet Explorer 7, best debugger I've ever used. I don't know how this is true, but okay. Horror movie storyline. I lied to you. We're not gonna have sex. I'll teach you C programming. I think this was from Evangelion. That's what. Yeah, Evangelion. It was bait and switch, I think, in the original scene. I haven't seen the show or the movie, so I don't actually remember what the original context was. But hey, you know, some people are into this. F programming languages. What waifu ID theme do you use? I actually haven't seen very many people with a weeb theme, light theme. I actually do use a light theme for certain cases. Whenever I work in GBIM, I prefer to work in GBIM for text-based things, and for that I prefer light mode. And then if I'm working on actual code, I'll work in the terminal, and that has a dark background. Unless you're making a pun here, light theme. What was his name? Yagami Light from Death Note. Yeah, I mean that could be a pun too. Are you telling me I can bait colleagues into confessing they like anime during code reviews? I die from embarrassment to do pure programming and forget to turn this theme off. I wonder if so back when I was working at my old tech company, I did run an anime club at work, so people did know I was into anime stuff. I have never themed anything that I used with anime, because I'm not that kind of person to really theme anything like that. But I suppose it wouldn't have been out of the question had I done so. Actually, there was one remote worker that we had that did have anime stuff all over his desktop, so we did have that. And he did end up showing it off at some points when he was screen sharing. I wonder, when I send screenshots, do I flashbang people with VS Code Light mode? I'm sure you do. Oh yeah, this is from what's it? Gotobu, Quintessential Quintuplets. That's what it was. I still know my anime. I haven't seen the show, but I know of it. And then here we have, I think her name was Miko Ino from Kaguya-sama. When your web application is not working, the console gives you a bunch of errors. And then when your application still doesn't work, but the console doesn't show you any errors. This is the worst of the two, because at least if you have a bunch of errors, you can figure out what's wrong, but if you don't have anything to go off, then good luck. What anime have I been watching? I've actually, so in recent years, I have kind of fallen off anime. I've slowly been getting back to it. The most recent one that I've started watching is Rent-A-Girlfriend, Kanojo Okarishimasu. A lot of people don't like it, but I think it might be because they're a little bit too close to that stage of life, and they find the main character's actions cringe, which they are. But I'm enough removed from that I think I can look back on it. I mean, I can look at it and not feel so affected by it. Aquatope, yeah, there was that one too. I had maybe gone through less than half of Shirosuna Aquatope, and before I kind of fell off anime, and then I still have a couple episodes that I have on hand. I was slowly going through that too. Show is so fun, such a meme. The character, so I'm caught up on the manga too. I like the character designs a lot. And the way that they've adapted things into the anime, I think it was fairly well done. The official translation for it, I also do have to give applause to, because it is quite excellent. Did you try rebuilding the application several times in a row frantically? You did? Didn't help? Oh, me too. Yep. Oh, yep. I have not caught up on Kaguya-sama. I think I got through 2 seasons, and I haven't watched anything else after that. 2 seasons? Yeah, I think it's been 2 seasons. Or maybe I didn't even get through. No, I'm pretty sure I got through 2 seasons. I haven't finished the rest of them. Beefy computer, fast rendering. Yes, mom, I need it. Deep Cream Pie is a hentai tool to decensor things. Really need this $2,000 computer for an online class. This is from a Western kids show. I forgot what it's called. Proto-Gent. I don't know what that means. Nobody has it here. But yeah, it's a kids show and it's Western. I think I've seen an episode or 2 of this because I did have younger siblings, and it did come up on TV at some point. And then we have a Charlotte meme here, a lecturer, a VS Code, or some JetBrains editor. I don't remember what this is. JetBrains CL. Sea Lion? For C and C++? I guess that's what it was. I thought it was the fake antivirus that ripped off a kids show. No, that wasn't quite it. And then you have Legacy IDE from the late 90s. That's how it goes sometimes. I remember when I was learning, when we were being taught Java in high school, we had Eclipse, but they first taught us to work in Java Ready to Program. Didn't type that in where yeah, I think it was Ready to Program. Which had support for up to Java 1.4. Yeah, Java 1.4. And at the time, I think Java 5 or Java 6 was the most recent version. So I can definitely relate to this. Let's see what the comments have to say here. The old Turbo C++ 3.0 in all of its blue screen glory. I've never used Turbo C++. But yeah, Turbo, the company did do a bunch of compilers. C++, I think they also did Pascal, from what I remember. Possibly a few others. Vim, yes, that is my editor of choice. ED as well. I think I may have pulled that out on stream a couple times. Okay, let me see what this is. I'm gonna open that off stream. Yes, yeah, so that is the meme. I'm gonna send this over in YouTube chat as well so you can see this. That is the meme, or at least the kids show with the meme in it. Or sorry, the meme has the same kids show in it, yes. This is probably where it spread. I'll have to look at that later. What even is void safety? Take, for example, death, war, null pointer exception. There are many things in this world that humanity would be happier without. There are actually some languages that don't have nulls, and so they won't experience null pointer exceptions. A lot of people who who have only worked with languages that have only nulls, or that have nulls, and have not worked with languages that don't. Can't imagine a world without a null, but it is possible. Null pointer exceptions are nice. The fun begins when the pointers are not null, but point to some random effing space in memory. Now that is a bit of a problem. Sausage Chainsaw Man, chapter 84. Welcome to Safe Languages Gang. We have properly punctuated sentences, prologue, concurrent distributed concurrency, Erlang, Greek letter expressions, ML. I don't actually remember seeing any Greek letter expressions there. Although I suppose when you talk about the language, you might. Because you do have things like eta reduction, beta reduction. Mono is in the category of endofunctors, and this one's Haskell. And enforced ownership, Rust. And many more trying to catch up with the innovative languages in the past, Dart. Common list, hey, don't forget about me, I'm perfectly safe language too. You can even declare optimize speed 3, safety 0. I have never seen this. But I would not be surprised that Lisp has that. I seemed about as useful as Aqua in high school. Aqua, of course, being Aqua from Konosuba, despite this being a Kaguya-sama meme. Arrays in algebra, arrays in programming. They are very similar. Actually, I don't actually remember what an array is in algebra. Because is that distinct from a vector? For game devs, vectors are like that friend you don't like but supplies you with good hentai. Why matrix vector notation make things much more compact and readable? Yeah, and so there are parallels between vectors in math and arrays in programming. And the arrays in programming are probably mathematics inspired. Did I actually watch season 2? I have to check that out. We have, I think that says Darling and the Franks. Senior dev, intern rebasing the Git history. Senior dev, intern, I taste the secret. Yeah, so one reason why you might want to rebase is because you accidentally committed a secret and you need to get rid of it. There are definitely other more legitimate, well, I mean, doing that is a legitimate reason, but there are other reasons why you might want to rebase. And rebasing your own local branch should be a fairly regular thing that you do. Unless you're just that good at committing things and are actually, and you get it right the first time. But yeah, don't go rebasing public branches unless you have to. That just causes issues. A coworker once tried to rebase the push history, but unfortunately, if you already knew the hash, you were able to look up a non-associated git commit in GitHub. That is also a problem. But yeah, GitHub does have their own documentation on how to remove sensitive data from repos. So definitely, if you do run into this issue and you are on GitHub, make sure you follow this. Access, welcome in. Just going through, I think we're on page 3 of these memes. If you'd like to follow along, the link is up top, pinned in the chat. Current Windows. This might not be a pro. Maybe it is. Yes. Microsoft WSL, very old legacy code. You gotta give Microsoft kudos for this though, because despite them working on a lot of old stuff, it means that the old stuff still works, and they have a lot of they've managed to keep the compatibility pretty high for very old programs, which in itself is pretty admirable. Intern competent enough to know how to rebase properly intentionally. Oh, does it say intern? Oh, I guess it is. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I can say for sure that a lot of the programmers I've met, even if they're not interns, don't know how to use Git well, and rebasing is certainly not within their field of comfort. Yeah, some of these memes are not good, not funny, to put it lightly. Yeah, it's a lot of. There's a lot they have to sift through to get to the good ones. We have come across a lot of. If you look out for the individuals who make good ones, you'll manage to get more concentrated stuff. So Virtual Harvey makes good ones. Bucket 3432 makes good ones. The Pyro Eagle, which is one of the other mods there too, makes good ones. There are a couple more, but a lot of them are pretty mediocre, I'd say. And especially anything with this format where it's basically just some text and then a reaction image. They're kind of low effort. Stack Overflow started in 2008. Programmers before 2008. Death Wish, maybe? I wasn't programming back then, but I assume that what people did was either post in forums or looked at books, because programming books were a thing back then, and still are to an extent today. I learned a lot of my programming through books, so I would say it's definitely an avenue for learning. When you realize most of the world's code is written by people just like you. There was a joke about a programmer writing code for an airplane, saying that, and somebody asked if they would get on that airplane, and the programmer said, "Are you kidding me? Absolutely not." That's not what I wanted. No, they're good programmers. There's only one me that fails. Mr. E, welcome in. Wait, were you already here before? Yes, you were already here before. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I don't trust any driver assist. I know that stuff is written just as bad as my code. You would hope that there is a little bit of more like quality assurance, quality checking. But yeah, things do slip through the cracks, and you know, your programmers are still human. They will still make mistakes. So it's a wonder that things actually do work. You wouldn't download a car. Can't be the only one, right? Reading documentation, trying all methods until you find something you can use. I'm not like this personally, but I know some people will tend to gloss over their documentation, and just, even though the answer is right in front of them, they'll just still do that. From Higurashi, which is an anime I have not seen. GitHub Apparel, this one's a good name. This is her name starts with an H. Hotaru, that's what it was. Yes, thank you. From Non Non Biori, also a good show. I think I've caught up in its entirety for the anime, I think. Oh no, I think season 4, I think I still have a few episodes left. So I'm mostly caught up. But yeah, we have the GitHub diff on the side here. We have the removed lines and the added lines, and then the currently selected lines. It's only 3 seasons. Oh, maybe it was the 3rd season that I haven't finished yet. Yeah, I think it's the latest season that either I have finished recently or I still have a few episodes to finish. Yeah, if you're ever looking for a slice of life, this is a good one. Peer debugging is the best. Devs when they are unable to debug their code. Same devs when they hear fellow dev unable to debug. Yeah, it's the whole when you're lost in the desert, play solitaire because somebody's gonna come to help you. My rubber ducky probably deserves its own salary, judging by the amount of time it's saved. referring to rubber duck debugging, where you try to talk things out with an object, usually a rubber duck. It does help. A lot of people use AI for that now, but I don't know. I think trying the rubber duck method helps you to think about things a little bit more critically, because then you don't have AI just spitting out answers for you. If you come over tonight, I'll give you this. Another one of those, in this case, manga girls holding programming books. Do I ever use AI? No. So I have not touched any of the recent AI tools. Never needed to. Actually, no, that's not true. There was one time that I tried it out to create a diagram that was kind of complicated, that would have been a little bit would have been effort to try to do. And so this diagramming tool I had did have an AI prompt, and I tried it out to see if it would help. It did not help. I ended up having to do it anyway. And yeah, so I granted it could have been my prompt that was insufficient, but otherwise, yeah, no, it tends to be faster and higher quality if I just do it myself. And it was, I know people don't like the guy now, but Pirate Software had said, had put out a short where AI generates code, or sorry, you write the code in an hour and takes maybe half an hour to debug, and then on the other side you have AI generating the code in a minute, but it takes 2 hours to debug or something like that. So in the end, you don't actually end up saving time. And code review is harder than writing code. So there's that too. Yeah, diagrams and stuff don't work that well. I mean, maybe with simpler diagrams. It was things like, it was a flowchart basically. So it should have been able to generate something that was half decent. Or at least I would have expected it to be able to handle that, but... Mermaid. I don't know... Well, one, I don't know what Mermaid is. And two, I wouldn't know if that was this series here. If you're talking about the tool, I think the tool I was using was... Oh, what was it called now? Lucid charts. I don't know if I would necessarily go with Lucid over any other diagramming tool, but it was the one we were using at work. Memory diagrams, I see. I haven't heard of that one. When you visit your new office for the first time, and these are the developer desks. Yeah, when your developers are overworked, it'll look like this. Tron.io, yeah, I've used that one too. Google has its, so we had Google Workspace, and Google does come with Google Draw. It is basically the Draw.io. I don't really see the point of using Draw.io. Actually, they call it something else now. It's not even Draw.io anymore. I think it's diagrams.net or something. But yeah, all the diagramming platforms and software are basically the same. I don't see any particular reason to use one over the other if you already have one. Now, a Golden Boy. Should I try a catch here? Normal people debugging, meme debugging. This is from Licorice Recoil. Another show that I have not watched. But yeah, sometimes being in the shower, going on the toilet, or any space where you're just alone and alone in your thoughts, it might help with the problem that you're trying to solve. Take a nap instead. That helps too sometimes. Anything that gets you away from the problem and gets you to think about it in a different way, or like in the background. Sometimes taking a break is the right step to take. Won't confirm nor deny I've ever done this before. Put the bugs out. Debug by going for a walk. Yeah. select all squares with bugs. If there are none, click skip. I'm not going to try to solve this one. You just have to remember to get back to it. Yeah, exactly. It's one thing to step away, and it's another thing to come back. This is... Was this the girl from Gochusa? Lisa, yeah, I think so. Yeah, Gochusa is another fun show. I'm surprised they're still keeping up with their April Fool's thing, because every year they have some elaborate April Fool's setup, even though they haven't made entries for the anime in several years. I don't know about the status of the manga actually. I haven't caught up on that one. I haven't started reading that one to begin with actually. But yeah, they are still pretty diligent about keeping up with their April Fool's shenanigans. So at this point, I wonder if they're just doing it for the April Fools. Arrays be like, let's zoom in on that a little bit more. Let us start here from square one. No, from 0. Most, I don't know if I'd say most, but maybe most languages you'll usually encounter are going to start arrays from 0. There are some languages like Lua and MATLAB that will start at 1. Arrays from 0 tend to be more convenient in terms of math, but arrays starting from 1 can be more familiar to people who don't program or something. I mean, like, naturally we start counting from 1, so... While you're at it, CC or data, Fortran 77. Yeah, I guess Fortran here also started at 1. Which kind of makes sense, because Fortran was used in mathematics and science. So starting at 1, in that case, because you're working in a field where you start counting at 1, I guess it makes sense. Warnings are just suggestions. And here we have IMF from HoloLive, which I don't know her to have programming experience. I know some HoloLive members do. Most notably Luna, who knows a bunch of languages, including COBOL. Okay, you do something. You get 10 warnings, you fix the code, you get 99 warnings, and you fix even more stuff, now you get errors. And sometimes fixing things uncovers errors because there were already errors there to begin with, and then you just didn't get there because you had something else blocking it first. Panel 2 needs to be 1 error, panel 4 needs to be 1 error, panel 6 needs to be 1 error. Maybe. Rule number 1, ignore warnings. Current project has at least 150 now. Best practice, I think, is actually to treat warnings as errors and to actually fix them. How many bugs pending? Just 3 more to go. You said 17 yesterday. Bugs can take a long time to fix. Wait a minute. Did I... Oh, yeah. This one has its... has it flipped the other way around. How many bugs pending? 17 more to go. You said you had 3 yesterday. This is what I would say the meme should have read, but yeah. This is from, I don't know the anime here. Woku Denashi Majutsu Koshi to Akashi Records. I've never heard of this show. I have never seen this. Like, this at all. Interesting. Studio Leiden Films, who has done a lot of good shows too. The stripper school uniforms. Yeah, I haven't heard nothing about this. Fan service heavy, I see. How users see the programmers. How programmers see the users. Programmers see the users. Yeah, this is... So the users see the programmers as somebody's a bit of a slave to the code, I guess. This is Lane from Serial Experiments Lane, I think, and then we have Astolfo from some entry of the Fate series. And then yeah, the programmers don't view the users as very intelligent, because what the adage is that if there's some way to break the program, the user will find a way to do so. You put a software there, but it seems a bit incomplete without the programmer's socks. Yeah, once again, coming up with that meme there. Kids these days, I'm interested in making software. If possible, I hope to make software without programming. This was 3 years ago, and I think it's rings even more true now. This is Elena from The Journey of Elena. Majo no Tabi Tabi. Very good show. I like this one a lot. If you like Kino no Tabi, Kino Journey, you'll probably like this one too. Software, I think you mean games. Everyone and their mother wants to be a game dev. I think it was today or yesterday that I found out that there's this 2-year-old making games with AI, which I have mixed feelings about, because on the one hand it encourages exploration, and it's not like you're going to teach the kid to code anyway at that age. But on the other hand, I don't know, just training a kid to I mean, yeah, there it is. But the original here was, I think somebody said in the comments here, I'm interested in making money. If possible, I hope to make money without working. Oh, that'd be the dream, wouldn't it? The way you do this is to either win the lottery or invest a significant amount in the stock market. And just live off the interest and dividends. Commit fraud. Dicks or Treats. This one's by Akiyama Sho, who has been working on an anime about programmers. Although I think had originally started working on an anime called Venture, and then I kind of failed. So I don't think there's been any progress lately, because it had gone through some legal issues. And I think he wanted to start out another project, but I haven't heard any updates since. You need to get over 1 million to level off interest. Yeah, so I think you need something on the order of 1 million or 2 million to live off interest on an average what is it? An average expense rate. Because to live off interest, you have to look at your expenses, and then you have to have enough interest to meet those expenses. But to get that much interest, you also have to have enough funds to be able to generate that interest. So if you have, say, a 2% interest or 3% interest, and you say you have $2,000 in monthly expenses, then every month, right, $2,000 divided by 0.03. Actually, no, 0.03 is your yearly expenses. So $2,000 times 12. And then you multiply, divide that by 0.03 for 3% interest annually. And this is not accounting for compound interest or anything. Right, you need at least actually, only $800,000 to generate that interest doesn't sound right. So yeah, in the ballpark of about $1 million. I'm not crying, you're crying. Senior dev, you get used to it. Debugging on a Friday, junior dev. Yeah, sometimes there have been a lot of times where I've told an intermediate dev, so this sounds like a tomorrow problem, or this sounds like a Monday problem, and like I said, sometimes the best step to take is just to leave it and save it for later. I see that little Kiss Anime watermark in the corner there. I will admit to having watched on Kiss Anime in my early days. But if you're going to be watching on not official sites, you're better off torrenting. This is from Goblin Slayer. I've not watched the show.
How is this my university textbook?
I'm gonna mute that because that might cause issues on YouTube. But here we have, I think part of the manga, the manga guide to databases, part of the manga guide series. They have a bunch of books explaining various concepts in both computer science and science, probably a few other things with manga. I'm trying to think if I've actually opened one of these books, because I have at least one of them. And I have a couple PDFs, I think, of some of the other ones. Yeah, Math 2, Statistics. I hear they're very good. You ever just find a bug that makes you rethink all your life choices? And then we have another one from, I think this is Golden Boy. We'll go on for another, at least half an hour. I still want to get to some of the better memes though. Yeah, it is Golden Boy. Aha, okay, we got some bucket memes coming up. Google, YouTube, and Gmail down. Meanwhile, the person who hacked Google using HTML. Do you understand? You're number one. Yeah, once again, going into the dev tools and changing stuff there only affects you and is not really hacking. Unless you start making network requests, in which case, sure. Yeah, so 4 years ago, I guess Google was hacked in some manner. I don't remember this at all. When all your new code is a bug, write new code. Smack, small bug. Throw it out, wash hands, and then I guess react. Tama Noguchi, very cute series. I have never seen this one. Or I guess read it in this case, it's the manga. Maybe I'll go check it out. Right to left panels have it. Well, actually, hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, this is left to right. Odd. New naming convention, I propose. We have the master-slave system, where you have the master process or master device or controller or whatever, and you have slave processes or device controller. I think nowadays we tend to go with primary and secondary, but you used to see this a lot more often several years ago, like decades ago, 2 decades ago maybe, or even earlier. And then we have DOM and sub architecture. I think she would be glad being out of the slave or sub. Yeah, it's probably true. This is I'm forgetting my character names. This is from Konosuba. Darkness, I think. I'm not caught up on Konosuba. I think I watched the first 2 seasons. Nothing else after that. And then we have a meme with Chika from Kaguya-sama. Rental girlfriend and girlfriend as a service. Which is true. They still use that conventions and controls a lot, I see. I guess they haven't moved away from it yet. I know there was a whole uproar about it in the Git sphere, or I guess specifically the GitHub sphere, and it got spread to the wider Git sphere a few years ago, and that's why you'll see main now being generally the default branch instead of master, because people complain about the whole master slave stuff. Even though in this case the master branch may or may not have had anything to do with master slave, and slavery, but people do get sensitive about that kind of stuff. I personally had no issue with calling it master, but I also have no issue with changing things to main, at least for new stuff, so I just use main now. SaaS, simp as a service. SaaS here normally being software as a service, and then PaaS being platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service, I think. Yeah. Don't be fooled by high wage, it's not worth it. When jobs ask you why there are no applicants. Oh, Basil, welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Penbu, and the programming puzzle... Words. Penbu, and the programming puzzle gaming and music making VTuber on Linux, and today we are looking at ProgrammerAnimemes. We're a few pages into the top, but if you'd like to follow along yourself, the link is pinned in the chat. Yeah, how was stream? Hope it went well. What did you end up doing? So I think you went back to, oh, I see you stream Tetrio. I think I saw you streaming Osu at some point earlier. But yeah, I hope that went well. Shoutouts, Basil VT. Basil here has been on the Tetrio grind ever since the Dub Cup happened. And you have gotten quite a bit better since before the Dub Cup. You got a good teacher, I'll give you that. Review, please. Review requests for you. 111 files and 8,501 lines changed and 10,701 lines removed. Review, please. If you have something like this is probably a formatter thing. You ran a formatter through the code, and you probably don't need to review it, but the sentiment is there. If you have a very large code pull request and you're asking for a very large code review, you're probably not going to want to look at it. But also, yeah, deleted more lines and added past tests. How could it be bad? Ship it. Unless, of course, you deleted all the tests. Yeah. Once again, keep your pull requests small, so that they're easy to review. Oh, let me go fix something here. Announcing new subreddit roles. This one's a bit meta. This is it's a Bofuri. It's I don't remember what the full title is, but basically Maple here maxed out her defense stats and broke the game. I don't think this one is really worth getting into. It's just rules. The one Shield anime. Okay, maybe it is down here. It's got to be in here. 言いたいのは嫌なので、防御力に恐怖。It's been a long time since I spoke Japanese. 恐怖振りしたいの思います。This one. It's not Shield Hero, that's a different one. But yeah, it's the anime where the girl has a big shield. When code that a junior dev wrote and a senior dev merged tanks the app's performance and a meeting is called. As a senior developer, you should have more more humility than this. Max out my defense stat anime thing. Yeah, that's what, it is a fun show. I think the fan subs for this is stalled at some episodes, so I kind of stopped watching after that. Unfortunately, Maple Club, being an offshoot of our club, and the club group has a tendency not to finish their shows, so I have a feeling I'm not going to get the rest of it and might have to rely on official subs there. But yeah, this is a fun show. I liked it. I should find a way to finish that at some point. Kotoura-san. Ah, I have maybe heard of that in name. But yeah, as a senior developer, you should have more humility than this. Don't go blaming your junior developers for something that you approved. My life at the moment, actually working on your hobby project and endlessly configuring shells and editors so they look good. Should get this stuff out of your way. I mean, if it's your hobby project, then it's whatever, right? Your hobby project is supposed to help make you feel better. So if what makes you feel better is getting your, ricing your operating system and customizing your shells and editors so they look good, then go ahead and do that. But you better get this stuff out of the way before you start working on serious stuff. Yeah, once again we have I can't believe I'm forgetting her name. Now from Charlotte. Yeah. Charlotte's a good show. I liked it. Yeah, get your editor and stuff in a good spot and then go start working on stuff. Normal Weep, Hayasaku's waifu, me, that is a effing Arduino in the back here, over here. Not really a programmer meme, but eh. Yeah, again, Hayasaka from Kaguya-sama. Password managers, using Google passwords. Using password manager for your passwords, making your own password manager for free so you can actually make it work exactly how you want it to. For my passwords, I use Pass, the Unix password manager. I used to use Password Safe, and I switched over to Pass, largely because then I can use it over the command line, but also if for some reason I need to extract things without using Pass, at least it's all just GPG files. I have it synced in a repo, not on GitHub, somewhere else, because you can use Git with it. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about using Google's password manager for passwords. And then I would actually caution about making your own password manager, because one of the things that you should not roll your own is security stuff and cryptography stuff. Even if you use the cryptography libraries, you still have to make sure that you know how to use them properly so that you don't end up with security issues. So if you roll your own, just be very, very careful and maybe consider not doing that. This is I don't remember her name because I never watched the show, but I think this is One Punch Man. One Punch, no, maybe didn't have it here. Robo Ragi, nobody put the sauce. Alright. How programming looks like to people. Very easy. How it actually looks like. I fixed one bug and got 7 more. Once again, this line of memes. Just trying to speed through all the mediocre memes. When somebody asks me to help them with their code, I'm doing the same thing. Sorry, this is right to left. Look here, do you see it? I'm doing the same thing multiple times. When someone asks me to fix their computer, I'll just warn you now, I don't know how to use a computer. Yeah, knowing how to program and knowing how to do computer things are two different things. If you're a programmer and somebody asks you how to work a printer, good luck. But yeah, we have here a new game. This is the programmers, or two of them anyway. And then we have Sailor Moon. I've not watched any Sailor Moon. Honestly, fixing computers is pretty easy. Doesn't mean you should do it for free, though. Potentially. Code reviews can be tough. When a senior dev reviews your code, why are you putting bugs in there like it's no big deal? Well, sometimes you don't actually know that you're putting bugs in there. But sometimes it is also painfully obvious when there is a bug. At least as a senior developer. Me adding bugs to fix them later is called job security. But yeah, this is Princess Connect Redive. I have not seen any of this, but I have seen a bunch of memes based on it. I think her name's Kyaru, and there's this one sticker of her and sitting on her tail. That one I see around a lot. And also redraws of that. Mostly uses bubble sort because it's the only sorting algorithm he understands. 10-hour speech about which algorithms are best in which situations and why. Alright, okay, so this is all quadrant stuff. Exclusively uses bogus sort because it's hilariously bad. And exclusively uses bogus sort because it can sort anything in just one step. I'm not sure what I would label these axes. But we have here bubble sort being a bad algorithm, as we have explained earlier, because it's fairly inefficient in how it works. And then you have bogus sort, which is hilariously bad, as it says, which is basically the algorithm for it is very simple. You check to see if the list is sorted, and if it isn't, you randomize it, and then you repeat until it is sorted. And then we have here, is it sorted? No, shuffle. Okay, it's sorted now, end. Quantum bogus sort would do that. I don't know where these characters are from. Nagito Panel 4 has non-deterministic Turing machine. Bongo Poppin. I have never heard this. Oh, Danganronpa. That, I guess it is. When you start to learn a language you're unfamiliar with and you can understand it quickly. I can see. From Naruto. I mean, this all comes with your experience, I think, right? If you come by with a lot of if you have experience with a lot of other languages, or if you know one language very well and the new language is very similar to that language, you'll be able to pick up the new language fairly quickly. And so this is why it's important, I think, as an experienced developer, to learn a bunch of languages, so that if you ever need to switch languages, you can pick up new languages fairly easily, but also because different languages will expose you to different ways of thinking. And so one way of thinking in one language might actually help you in solving a problem in another language. Yeah, Sharingan power creep. This is like regex. Looks like absolute voodoo garbage until you learn all the reserved characters. Regex isn't actually that hard. I know a lot of people struggle with regex, but you just learn. You basically learn what all the characters do and how they interact, and it's not too difficult. You've learned a language already. Regex is just another language. I'm just gonna get a drink. Yeah. No, we don't have a hydrate redeem here. Giving Winry a break for his first code with us. Code written by Junior Dev Newbie. Senior Dev Mentor, Manager, Junior Dev, and Customer. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've ever had to deal with anyone who's very, very new to programming and had to put that code in production. But it can certainly feel like that. I'm sure it can certainly feel like this sometimes. Replace Junior Dev with Intern, and that's my current situation. I'm the intern. Customer part is not really true. The customer shouldn't see the Junior Dev stuff if it's really that bad. Code review should fix most of the issues. Yeah, and you should definitely be with any code, or in general any product, I guess, that has people who are less experienced working on it. You definitely have to beef up your review process to make sure that that stuff is transparent to the end user and that doesn't come through in the final product. Would they have really made it past interviews if they wrote something that bad? It depends, I think, because it depends on whether, like, what the goal of the hiring was, right? Because I know some companies will intentionally hire interns, and I think it's good for companies to hire interns. It's, in my opinion, it's an indicator of the health of the company that they have the resources to be able to support interns and invest in their growth. But if you're hiring interns, then it means that you aren't expecting high quality code from them. You're expecting to be able to teach them, and you have what is it? You're expecting them to improve over time and not necessarily to have good code right now. And similar things with junior developers, although junior developers, I think you do have a slightly higher expectation of initial code quality, because they're not an intern, but they are a junior developer, which means you do expect them to be fairly inexperienced. Yeah, I like how the senior is hyped even though he knows it's trash good leadership. Yeah, and that's how, right, that's the way you should look at it, right? You're investing in this person's growth as a developer, and although it might look like this now, you teach them and guide them so that it doesn't look like this in the future. And if they're very new, then you would try to put them on things that are less critical to the product. You put them on something that still contributes to the product and the project, but you don't put them on very critical stuff, at least not without pairing them with someone else who's a lot more experienced. The first law of C is me trying to cast a void star to a car triple pointer. The void pointer to car triple pointer. Oh, that's so we're talking about C here. A void pointer is basically effectively a pointer to. We can treat this as an unknown type, and so when you cast it, you're interpreting whatever this is pointing to a three-dimensional array of characters, or looking at it another way, a two-dimensional array of strings. Am I thinking about this right? Yeah, a two-dimensional array of strings. But this is a void pointer, and so it may or may not be interpretable as that. But you're casting it, so it'll be interpreted as that anyway. So I hope you know what you're doing if you're doing this. Yeah, I'm just gonna see the only pointer experience I have in C#. It is certainly, yeah, it sounds horrific. It certainly is horrific if you end up having to do this. Actually, it might not be. I don't know. I haven't worked in C in a very long time, so I don't know if you actually do need to get to do these kinds of things. But I know there have been cases I have seen where you have to cast a void pointer to something else. I don't remember in what cases you do end up having to do that. But yeah. As long as you know what you're doing and you properly document your code, this is... If you have to do it, you have to do it. I did not need to do that. Alright, we got another video meme from Buckets. Let me go ahead and put that on mute. I think we actually need full screen to fully appreciate this, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
趣のある街ですね。さて、まずは宿屋に。なんでしょうこの子。大丈夫ですか？どうしよう。僕こんなにいっぱいの瓦直せない。その前に謝罪が先では。ごめんなさい。本当にごめんなさい。大丈夫ですか？私は大丈夫ですが、あなたは？あ、僕は大丈夫です。この通りピンピンしてますから。あ、どうぞ。でも私は瓦の修理をしますから、少し休んでいてください。いえ、僕も手伝います。結構です。でも結構です。はい。いたたた。時間逆転の魔法。これでよし。うわー。お次はあなたですよ。え？は？うわー、治ってる。すごい。魔女ならこれぐらい普通です。では、飛び回るときは周囲を確認しないとダメですよ。待ってください。魔女様、何かお詫びを。それではお元気で、名も知らぬ魔導士さん。
Another good meme from Bucket here. This one is dealing with Git repos. And so we have git checkout B. This creates a new branch. So it's assumed that the repo has already been cloned, and then you're checking out a new branch from on your local copy here. Charming repo. Find a. I'm gonna mute this. Yeah, often use git reset hardhead. Oh yeah, we'll get to that. First things first, should go find myself an issue. So this is presumably an open source project, and this is an experienced developer who is looking through open issues and open source projects to try to solve. And actually, if you are looking to get some open source experience, one of the ways you can, this is one of the things you can do. There's a tag on GitHub called Good First Issue, and often those are fairly low-hanging fruits that are easy to work with. And so if you're looking for projects to contribute to, you can try to find those kinds of issues. Now find yourself an issue, and then we have here, I think our name is Saya. Force pushing to a branch. Oh yeah, and we have here git good. This sign is actually not in the original show. This is completely original type setting. Git good, of course, is not an actual Git command, although you can make it into one. I always thought you had to provide a branch name. Does it have default naming if you made a name? So this is where I think this meme takes on some liberties, because you do have to provide a branch name. The B flag does take in an argument. So it wouldn't work as written there, but I think overall the idea here is that you have a branch, or you're creating a new branch. But yeah, Git good is not a command, but if you didn't know, you can actually add commands to Git either through aliases in your Git config file, or if you have a executable in your path called git dash and then whatever name you want. So in this case, git dash good, and you put it in your path, then Git will also use that, and you can call it as git good. And then we have here, fast forward a little bit. Random developer. Can I fast forward this? I can't. No way I can fix this branch because you got force push. Don't force push when you can help it. It's always better to force with lease, because it does check upstream to make sure that nothing has been pushed up before and that you haven't already gotten. How to make amends? Apologize to me first. Tip top shape git status over here. That's how you check the status of your current working tree. So it'll tell you if you have any files that have been changed, what files have been staged, things like that, what branch you're on. And she offers her a handkerchief with git help on it. That is the help command for Git. But you can also add dash help to all the Git commands, and get the help specifically for that command. I'll fix the branch, so you should go calm down for a moment, as I have had to do a few times as well as a senior developer and tech lead. Fix branches that have gone wrong for developers who have not been particularly experienced in working with rebases. And then we have, yeah, don't worry about it. Let me fix it. Not if you try to fix it yourself, you're just gonna make it worse. Although when I would help, I would always try to walk them through how it's done, and explain things along the way so that they know what it is that I'm doing and can possibly at least think about how to do it in the future. Now, ouch, because there's a bit of a burn, or okay, then we have here git reset hard, which is how you reset to a specific commit, including the work tree. There are 3 levels of resets in Git. You have hard, soft, and mixed. By default, it's mixed, and each of those have different levels of resetting. So hard will reset the work tree and the staging area. Mixed will reset the staging. Mixed will reset the staging area, but not the work tree. And then, or the index. Sorry. It's the work tree and the index, which I guess is the staging area. So you have, hard resets both. Mixed only resets the state of the index, and then soft resets just the commit pointer. or something like that. I don't know. Look it up. It's if you're interested, you can go ahead and look that up. But there are different levels of resets. Is the important part there. And then yeah, doing a reset has the effect of bringing your timeline back to where you were before. And they have the line "Get Wizardry," which is the whole punchline of this meme here. Being a Get Wizard is certainly a title. And certainly to a lot of people dealing with Git certainly feels like wizardry. And then you have here Git Reset Hard Head 1. Of course, the joke here is it's she's resetting like turning back the time on Saya's head here. But head at 1 is the ref log. So this is basically the history of head. Head is being the current pointer. The pointer to the to what your work tree is checked out on. And this syntax here, the @1, says to go back in time in history to the last thing that was checked out, or last commit that was checked out. And so if you do @2, then you go back two steps in history and get the thing that was checked out before that, and so on. And you can even put things like 2 days ago here to get the thing that was checked out 2 days ago. To get an expert, this is nothing. Yeah, we're pretty experienced in having to deal with this kind of stuff. Be sure to watch your branches when rebasing. Yep, definitely do that. Good meme. Linux animemes are off topic. This is another one of those. Actually, I wonder if there was any interesting. Because there always tends to be some interesting discussion in Bucket's threads here. It was made in EG sub. I think it was mentioned here somewhere. Okay, no, not much here this time around. Yeah, another rules one here. You know, the Linux animemes are ProgrammerAnimemes, and that you should post them in our Linux animemes instead. This was for Attack on Titan. There is a separate subreddit for Linux memes. They're not as, admittedly, they're not as good as this one. So I don't know if I'll go through them on stream, but it does exist. Another one from Golden Boy here. So how's your coding session going along, sweetie? Me? Tired. I mean, yeah. MySQL. My from Bunny Girl Senpai. I don't know what they call it these days, because I think Bunny Girl was only the first entry. I've heard some people say Rascal, and I've never gotten that association. Rascal, of course, coming from the title. Puberty syndrome. I can't say I've ever heard anyone call it that either, but that is a fairly accurate description. Because I think they do actually say that in the show. Yeah, MySQL here being a pun on MySQL, MySQL, the popular SQL database program or engine, I guess. There's some long version of the name with that. So feel when SQL injects you. Yeah, I've seen the first season of this. I have not caught up with any of the other ones. I would like to, but haven't gotten around to it yet. Yeah, I think this is also I was gonna say quintessential quintuplets, but I'm actually not sure about that. You start learning JavaScript. While you're writing, VS Code doesn't show any errors. Your program compiles. How the F did JavaScript compile? I'm assuming there's a build process here, because it's not really compiling, it's more like minifying and bundling. Yeah, and sometimes you just don't know how your code works. I used to teach coding. A student would do something in their code and I'd spend 10 minutes explaining why it wouldn't work and how they would, when they run it, it will get some random exception. And then it ran fine and throw my hands up. Yeah, I think I've had at least one instance of this before. JavaScript, as much as people say, is not that unexpected or like unpredictable. You just have to know how it works. But I have to make changes to the code in my assignment, which I did a few days ago. Yeah, once again, sometimes you just don't know how your code works. Can we get better? Well, I know we are going down in the list of upvotes here. So as we go on, the memes do go down in quality, but our team lead finds out where the data in a test server comes from. Wait, it's all anime girls, always has been. I think Vue, I think it was Vue, has their releases all titled after anime shows or something. Nobody mentioned Vue here. But yeah, if you need some test data and you can come up with a theme, it makes it easy to add names and stuff. I've got another meta one here. What programming technique can you use to make a good program anime? Write it yourself, search Stack Overflow, copy and paste. And we have here rule 4, no repost of similar content. At some point they added rule 4 to combat the reposts. I think I've actually seen a few reposts here. But yeah, copy and pasting code. It's generally not something, it is something you can do. But if you need to copy and paste more than a few times, you're better off extracting that to a shared function or library or something. Module. Once again, a Charlotte template, based off the Boardroom comic. Me, a programmer. I feel like I'm forgetting something in my brain. If you forgot about it, it's probably not important. Sounds about right. Missing a semicolon. I think this is Gabriel Dropouts. It depends. It depends on the language. Sometimes the semicolon will be inserted for you, as it is in the case of JavaScript. Sometimes it's not, and you get a compilation error, like you would in C. So, depends. Sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. And I'm on the side that you should use semicolons for JavaScript. But there is a whole other faction that says you should avoid it where possible. Me at the beginning of my project, and me after I can't debug a simple error. Yeah, it does wear you down. Let's write an app that notifies me when anime starts airing in Japan. Ah, yes. The thing where you can't assume that time works the same everywhere. So Japan actually adds about 6 hours to the 24-hour clock to say that things go past midnight, which I think actually is I would say is a pretty, what's the adjective I'm looking for? I guess it's a smart way of doing it, because you go past midnight and you personally don't think it's you'd be pretty pedantic to say good morning. I think you would probably still be saying good night. Or most people would probably still be saying good night. And so in this way, the reason they do it is because for establishments like bars that are open up very late, they don't have to do the awkward thing where you say the next day midnight, so 0, because they do their 24-hour time. Instead, you can say the previous day's 25th hour or 26th hour or whatever, to say 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. So it's very convenient in that way. Or I guess in this case, TV schedules to do that. Yeah, I kind of wish we had this over here in the West, because it would be nice to have. But it does mess with programming a little bit, because then you have to take into account two sets of times that are equivalent, where you have 25 and 1 a.m. 25 o'clock and 1 a.m. being the same time. And you can't just do a regular mod 24 or mod 12 to get the time. Well, I mean, you can with this one, so you say it's 1 o'clock, but yeah, would be nice if we had that here, but it does complicate programming. Hoffman should rewrite Reddit in Rust before the Rust programming language and after the Rust programming language. You got the cat girl femboy thing that's memed about. This here, of course, is the trans flag. So transitioning, I guess, is also part of that meme. Average C star coder. I guess C like. Once again on that meme, you have the programmer socks here. The whole getup. Stickers here you have. This is looking like a ThinkPad. I personally don't like putting stickers on laptops, and particularly not on ThinkPads. Yeah, you ruin the whole bento aesthetic by doing so. But you can do whatever you want with your laptop. You have IBM, the multicolored IBM logo here. You have Python. You have, let's zoom in here. Yeah, so this is a Lenovo ThinkPad. Actually, say you still have the VGA port here. You have a VGA port, and this opens on the top and not on the side. Is this? Oh, and that is looking like a mini DisplayPort, maybe. Is this an X20? I don't think it's a 40, because the 40s have the side have it open on the side, not the top. This might be an X20. I don't know. Possibly X10. I don't think it's X. I don't think it's an X. Sorry, no. I'm getting this wrong. It's not X20. It's what was it? X230? No. The X220 is what it was. Yeah, X220. It might be X210. I don't think it's an X230. But it's definitely, I think, around that age there. In the background here we have C. This looks like it might be C. Implementing the quick square root function, I think. The quick inverse square root algorithm, yes, that's what it was. Making children processes in C on Linux. Child process, no, right to left. And what they're doing is called forking. A child processors are made by the parent releasing this fork that calls exec VE. I'm gonna go hide this. But yes, that is what happens. Rem has a CS degree, changed my mind. UCS students learning how to index. From step 1, no, from step 0. And we got this meme again. But this time, instead of from ReZero, this is from Isekai Quartets, where you have 4 of the Isekai shows. It was ReZero, Konosuba, ReZero, Konosuba. I can picture the guy in my head. I don't remember what it's called. Tanya and Overlord. Yes, that's what it was. Out of those, I've seen Konosuba, and I think I've seen a couple of episodes of Tanya the Evil, or whatever it's called. I've not seen Overlord. I've not seen ReZero. Hurts more than I thought it would. Me telling the program to print try again. Anytime the wrong input is given. Yes. If you do this, yeah, that happens. How programmers feel when they are alone, how they feel when they collab, how they actually collab. Do programmers collab? Or you mean pair? Yeah, I think they're referring to pair programming here. I don't know. I like pair programming. It helps get with the right person. It actually helps get things through faster. And in many cases, depending on who I'm with, it also means I don't have to do any of the actual coding. I highly recommend pair programming if you haven't tried it yet, but you do have to have the right person to do it with. Me, if it doesn't work this time, I will throw the PC from the window. VS Code failed 0, passed 40, skipped 0, total 40. All test passes. An excellent response. I'm guessing this is probably JoJo. Horror in real life. People that know how to perfectly use the commands block in Minecraft and professional programmers. I have not played any Minecraft. I figured if I do end up playing Minecraft, it's either because some VTuber group has somehow coerced me into doing so, or it's to play around with Redstone. But yeah, I don't plan on touching Minecraft. I think this is Komi. Nobody put the source in here. I'm gonna assume it's Komi, but I think I do remember this chapter, actually. This kid is lost, from what I remember. I have a booper joke here, Stack Overflow. Or, I guess the show is called Overflow, and I've never heard this. Disappointing. I watched the entire 8 episodes of the guy. That's one of his 2 sisters. Not a single threesome. Yeah, okay, maybe that's why, because it's a hentai. Alright. Aria Programming Son. Another one of these kinds here. Again, we're starting to hit... well, there's still several more pages. We're not going to go through everything today. But I do want to reach some other ones. Maybe we'll just skip straight to them. Me and my coworkers, after maintaining a old C++ project for the past 10 years, and we finally convinced management to remake the project in Rust. I don't know if that's a good idea. There was a, oh, who was it by? Joel Spolsky. Rewrites. Things you should never do as a programmer, part 1. He goes over the mistake of rewriting things, or rather throwing everything out and rewriting things from scratch. Whereas this you can still do as long as you write it incrementally. Or don't throw the entire thing out and just rewrite it from scratch from Rust or in Rust. But do it incrementally, because you can do that with Rust. And so do small chunks at a time, make sure that the program is still intact, and then over time you will eventually rewrite your program in Rust. A coworker is discussing with me how to fix a critical bug, me pretending to understand what they're talking about. Yeah, I think when I was a much less experienced programmer, I probably experienced some of this. These 2 memes, of course, being from New Game. There are these are the requirements you can start development. They won't change during development, right? They won't change, right? This was a bit of a plot point in the show, I think. But yeah, very relatable. As a lead, one of your responsibilities is to make sure that you hammer out the requirements before people start working on them, and that the product owner knows not to try to make changes, and if they do want changes, it has to come later. So yeah, it's a bit of a tug of war sometimes to make sure that happens. Me, when I want my loop to go to the next iteration, by all means continue. Continue, of course, being the keyword to continue to the next iteration of the loop. Okay, after this page, I think I'm going to skip ahead to some of the better ones. And by better ones, I'm particularly thinking of a couple of specific users. Yeah, I have a tendency to use open source stuff, and so I prefer to use open source things. In part, the reason why I don't use Sublime, but I don't know, people use it. But also because I'm kind of set on Vim anyway. Yeah, Korone from Hololive. When you are searching for a solution for your code, but for 5+ hours and it finally works. I don't know. Sometimes I don't feel this way. It's more like relief that it actually finally works. I keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Manager, we totally use agile methodology, waterfall with agile buzzwords. So agile and waterfall are two different ways of developing or managing a software project. Waterfall is basically where you, or not necessarily software, it can be any other type of project too. Yeah, this falls under project management. So waterfall methodology is where you take things in steps and you don't hand things off to the next step until you finish with this. So for example, requirements gathering, you gather all the requirements first, and then you have solutioning, you develop the entire solution first, and they hand it off to implementation, and then the entire implementation is done, and then it all gets tested at the end, and then when testing is all done, it gets shipped out. That sounds fine like when you just hear about it, but when you think about it, you know, things will get discovered along the way, and things will either slow down or get shipped with bugs and stuff. So often what a better way to do it is to break that down into smaller iterations, and this is agile, where you do some requirements gathering, some solutioning, some implementation, and some testing, and get that chunk out delivered, and then you work on the next small chunk, and then that way you can deliver value faster and get feedback sooner, instead of having to do all this work up front and then find out that it's not good enough. But a lot of the times companies will also still do waterfall, but then they end up doing waterfall even though they might present it as agile, using all the buzzwords and all the rituals and whatnot. So it ends up being what's called agile waterfall, where you pretend to do agile but really it's just waterfall. I should test a bit more. Me, when the only test on my program is passing, I've seen enough, I'm satisfied. Well, if you're only testing the one thing, I suppose. Hopefully this hasn't been done. Actually, hold on. We didn't go through with this is a Shinkai film, isn't it? Robo Ragi, nobody's put it in. Yeah, I think it might be one of the Weathering with You. Yeah, Tenki no Ko. Yeah. One of the Shinkai films that I've not seen. I've seen some of his older stuff. I think everything up until Kimi no Nawa, and then I haven't seen anything after that. One moment, I just remembered I had to do something. Let me get this up, and then I need to do this. If I can find it. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Hopefully it hasn't been done before. Senpai the Pool, what is your wisdom? You can edit the name of the string array in the Java main method header to whatever you want. It doesn't have to be args. This is true. So we open up our editor here. Your typical header is going to be public static void main string args. This is just a variable. You can call it whatever you want. It doesn't have to be args, but it is args by convention. So if you wanted to call it, I don't know, hold thing, holding thing or whatever, you can call it that. Or key smash, that's fine too. The compiler will treat it the same way. I think I wrote this correctly. It's been a while since I've written any Java. Same story every Friday. Oh yeah, this comes from... I can see the words in the title. I don't remember what the actual title is. Magical Senpai? Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't remember what the Japanese name is. But yeah, I can see the key art for it. Same story every Friday. Me asking for a PR review. My teammates wanting to start the weekend early. Yeah, if it's late in the day on a Friday, you just leave it for Monday, maybe. But yeah, this is from Kanojo Karishimasu. Rent a girlfriend. That was me just 1 hour ago. Yeah, it definitely happens. 4:30 p.m. end of sprints. I've heard it's better to end your sprints on during the week, so that when you get into the next sprint, or rather when you come back from the weekend, you know exactly what you're working on. But I think when you start the sprint matters less than when you do your planning. So when you do your planning, if your sprint starts on a Monday, as long as you don't deploy on a Friday, you're good. Right, so there are two things. One is when you deploy, and then one is when you plan for the next sprint. And so as long as you plan for the next sprint before the weekend, people will know what they're doing when the next sprint rolls around on Monday if your sprint starts on Monday. Yeah. Can't relate, nobody reviews my commits. Being a Linux user is hard work. Me investing 7 hours in a script to automate a task that takes 3 minutes and I need to run it exactly once. We've come across a similar thing before. But once again, we have another Kaguya-sama meme. I'm going to be very selective in what I get from here, because now we're starting to get into... okay, this is one by Virtual Harvey. I'm not going to play it because it's a song. But it is absolutely worth checking out. It's a very good song parody. Blighting Lights. I'm actually going to go ahead and link that here. It is also on her Tenchina. That's what it was. Yeah. It is also on her YouTube channel, which I will relink again here for anyone who missed it last time earlier in the stream. Yeah, I think she's moved on from stream, but I guess we might still get the occasional video. Good stuff nonetheless. This one seems kind of new. Boring programming task with Unicamp OST. Well, certainly listening to music that you like would help make things less boring. And it's a bit of a resource heavy stuff. Do we have any good memes here? Oh, this one might look interesting. Me confidently writing vector.size without the parentheses for the 17th time and being surprised that it doesn't work over and over again. The compiler questioning my intentions but never telling me what is happening because it's C++. I mean, if it's valid syntax, right? Then, but yeah, you actually do need the parentheses for it to actually call the function. And that, okay, hold on. This is a fairly common issue, I think, to come across, because some languages don't require you to call it because it's not a function, it's just a property. And some languages do require you to call it because of how it works in the back end, like under the hood. So you just have to know what it is for your language. How my code base looks like after I copied several chunks of code from different posts on Stack Overflow. I think this is from oh, what's it called? Doki Doki Literature Club? I don't know if this, I don't think this is all from the same girl, right? Yeah, no, it can't be. Or, I mean, I guess more relevantly now, this was 4 years ago, more relevantly now, this could be what you get from AI. Alright, let's go try to spot the bug here. Me at 7. Guys, check out this cool bug I found. At 17, check out this cool bug I found. What do we have here? I don't know who this is. This is Moogie from K-On. See how timeout stop reset. Packet, the length of packet is less than 6 expected EOF. I don't know if I want to go through this. It has to be, if it's less than 6, yeah, because you want to check to make sure that you have enough in the packet to be able to actually get this, the 6 here. Otherwise it'd be out of bounds. Unsupported protocol ID. Process raw packets from 7 onwards. I don't know. I can't be bothered to look at this. The comments surely has it though. The bug is that the packet 6, the 7th element, is accessed when the array is only checked to be at least 6 elements long. Okay, yeah, there. I guess there it is. Lure programmers be laughing. Yeah, because you only get up to element 5, or rather index 5, if your length is 6, assuming a 0 indexed array. We got another Charlotte meme here. C Sharp, Java, Rust. I don't know why you would say Rust to these two. I mean, I think it would make sense if you had C and C++, but eh. Ah, another bucket meme here. Another one from Bunny Girl Senpai. We have PHP is a good language. Give me that. Throw the phone away. These are all stitched together from. This is a meme template that got stitched together from different parts of the show into something coherent, but it never actually happened in the show. Because this happened, I think, in the opening, and then these 3 happened in one of the episodes. I don't know. PHP gets a lot of hate, and for good reason. But it has gotten significantly better in its more recent iterations. Do I have any other good ones? I have an OC that is gone now, unfortunately. Aha! Okay. Got another bucket meme coming up. So I'm going to check this one out first. Senior dev, get blame. We are going to expose all the evil code you're committed here and now. I mean, that is why it's called blame. QA is looking for you, manager is looking for you, DevOps is looking for you, HR is looking for you. You definitely don't want HR looking for you, I guess. Alright. I'm gonna check out this dependencies meme here. Twitch, sorry you are in ads. Should be out of there. I think most of you will probably be out of there in about half a minute, so I'll go ahead and stall for a little bit until you get there. But yeah, got another video meme from Bucket here. Node modules. all these boxes. Node modules, of course, as we said earlier, was the dependencies you get when you pull for a node project. And a lot of node projects have a tendency to be very large in terms of their dependencies. And Mari here is trying to cut down on the number of dependencies. Here you have just a little under 7 megabytes. I think this is actually a little bit low. You might get a several megabytes higher, actually, for a lot of the larger projects. As I said before, I have worked on a project that has had several gigabytes, or at least a couple gigabytes in node modules. It wasn't great, but it can happen on a project with lots of dependencies. Of course, in the original show, Mari's trying to cut down on the amount of luggage that she brings along because they do have strict weight requirements for their trip to Antarctica. The show is a place further than the universe. Toriori mo Toiba show, one of my favorites. How many times do I have to tell you to clean up your Git branches? And then you got all this happening. jQuery. You do not need that for modern applications. As we said earlier, the language has a lot of the stuff built in, so you don't need that. Full of features, yeah, but a lot of features also means a lot of bloat if you don't use them. Bluebird is a library that had implemented promises, but now we have promises built into the language. So you don't need that either. Do you know your name in Vietnam is also called, I will not attempt to pronounce that, but I did not know. Well, welcome in, Tian. I know Vietnamese has a lot of tones, and I can't read the tones, so. Lodash. Lodash can be useful, but it's also another one of those all-in-one utilities. So if you use Lodash, make sure you get the use the version that you can tree shake. If you use a bundler, so that you can actually use only bundle the parts that you need. It's like what anime name? I see. Interesting. They have Ramda. Yeah, anime name is your name. Yeah, that is what we call it in English. And Ramda is a library that allows you to do functional programming in JavaScript, but in a more pure functional way. While I agree that like pure functional might be a better like ideology to go for, the language isn't built with that in mind, so I think it might actually end up hurting performance more than it helps code readability. And I find actually that a lot of the times with JavaScript developers, they're not used to doing functional programming in this way, so it might not even help with developer experience either. Animemes, Penbu. I would not. So interesting thing here. Mother's Basement several years ago had done a video explaining why he thinks VTubers are anime, and I think that that was probably more true back in the day when VTubers mostly did videos, but I think it has become increasingly less true as time has gone on, and people started shifting to streaming. That said, my VTuber folder with a bunch of VTuber videos is still under my anime folder because of that, and I haven't bothered to move it out yet. Moment.js is a time library, time and date library. You probably don't need this. Language has a bunch of stuff built in. And even then, if you still need something that the language doesn't have, you have newer libraries that are lighter weight, like datefns. Moment.js has a lot of stuff in it for legacy reasons, but also the developers have now deprecated it, and it's only on life support at the moment, so they discourage it for new use. Left pad. This one's haha. Oh man. So left pad is a utility that pads a string with another string up to a certain length. And the story behind this is that the developer of left pad got frustrated or fed up with something and decided to take it down from npm, which is the Node package manager and the package network that Node uses. And by doing so, broke a whole ton of projects because it ended up being a dependency, an indirect dependency for a lot of things. For such a simple, simple utility that you could have just done yourself, right? And so the npm maintainers brought it back because they had to keep these ecosystem alive. And eventually left pad, and I think its counterpart, the right pad, also managed to make it into the language itself, I think probably because of this. I could be wrong about that part, but it is in the language today. And so it taught, it reminded the NPM world about dependencies and how you shouldn't just make a dependency out of everything that you can. I don't know if you've learned to stop doing that. I think we're still depending on things willy-nilly, but it just takes another left pad to make that happen again. Handlebars is a templating engine. With some of the more modern tooling, you don't really need that anymore. And JavaScript does have template strings now, so if all you need to do is format a string, that is probably the better option to go with. Axios is a network fetching utility, which is a lot more useful back in the day when we had XHR, the XML HTTP request, which was a little bit unwieldy to use, but now we have the fetch paradigm, which is a lot nicer to use, and so Axios is mostly redundant. But I guess some of the plugins might still be helpful. I don't know. Yeah, language does have a lot of the stuff built in these days, so you don't really need them. And then you have this Antarctic route tracker because the show is about going to Antarctica. This isn't what the original one, the original video had. I don't remember what was under here. But AQ672 here is similar to the format that you get from a Jira ticket, where you have the project, the short project symbol, and then you have the ticket number. So this would be the 672nd ticket under this project. 672, I assume, is probably significant, but I can't think off the top of my head what it might be. Yeah, and then the original has adulting is hard, huh? But I think it was a pretty good line. All right, let's see what the comments have here. Nothing of particular note, actually. Although I think the comments do say something to the effect of there are uses for some of these packages, and it's not right to say don't use them in all cases, because there will be some case. I am not playing that. It's a computer lab meme. I don't remember where the music comes from, so we're not gonna play that. But yeah, there are some use cases that you could find for some of these libraries. Particularly if you already have these libraries in some legacy code base, you may as well keep using them. Right, we're not going through them one by one, and we're gonna go see if there's anyone else. Virtual Harpy, alright, we got another one. Oh, actually, we got, oh, hold on. Before that, we have another bucket one, ternary operator. Let's make this a little bit bigger. This looks like, actually, we don't know what language this is, because we have these languages here. So A equals 2, return A equals 1, 1, then 1, otherwise A is 2, 2, otherwise A is 3, 3, and other. JavaScript, given this code, will say 2. A human looking at this code will probably also say 2, but PHP actually does say 3, up until there. Hold on, there was a proposal to change this. I don't know if it had gone through. But if it did, then this is no longer true. But classically, PHP had worked like this, where the way it grouped the ternaries is different. And so that ends up making it 3. The explanation is down here, if you do want to read that. But yeah, in short, the way that it groups, the way that PHP groups it ends up making it 3, which is entirely unintuitive to most people. Yeah, okay, so the PHP maintainers recognize this issue, and in a 2019 PHP RFC, proposed that the ternary operator become non-associative, which means if you don't parenthesize it, it's an error. Implemented as a deprecation warning is 7.4 and a compile time error in 8. Okay, so they did fix it, okay. So, if you want to go read through this explanation, there it is. But we're going to go ahead and skip the rest of that. Alright, we got another virtual Harpy meme here.
Hey, boss dude, there's a pretty serious problem. Yeah? You know how we put all the employees' social security numbers out in public? Well, some people found them. What? You mean someone hacked us? Not really. The information is out in public. It was printed out and put up on a billboard outside our office. Yeah, but my people are telling me that reading such confidential information is illegal. Sir, it's out in public. Anyone can read it. You just walk up to it and read it. Huh, I see. You need to walk up to it and then read it? So this is a multi-step process that these hackers are doing to get our confidential information? No, sir. That's illegal. What that means is that any person who passes by that billboard could read that info. Sir, maybe we shouldn't put that information on that public billboard and instead keep it in a secure, private location. You're saying it's possible for any person to see this info? Yes, sir. Have you seen this info? Yes, that's why I came here to tell you. Aha! So you've read confidential information. That's illegal. No, sir, don't resist. I will have to put you in prison. Hoodie? You're a hacker. You haven't seen the last of me.
Hacker Man. He's the most powerful hacker of all time.
Yeah, another quality meme by Virtual Harpy here. Yeah, don't put your stuff in public. Although, I mean, if hackers are... one, vet your employees, make sure they don't do this. But two, don't make sure your stuff isn't out in public. Yeah. Oh, there's much to say here. I wonder what the comments have. Guessing this was based on a news story. Viewing website HTML code is not illegal or hacking, Prof tells Missouri government. I'll have to go check that out later, but I assume that's probably is the case there. This is another video meme. Hessel, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Hello Raiders, my name is Penbu. I'm the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux, and today we're looking at ProgrammerAnimemes, where we are several pages into the top now, and we're trying to skip through the ones that don't look as interesting. So don't expect to go through everything. But welcome. How is the what's that? 1000X Resist? I can't say I've ever heard this game, but hope it went well. It seems you knew next to nothing about the game too, so I'm in the same boat. Although at this point, having played the game, you know more than I do. Absolutely fantastic story game, loving it. All right, good to hear. All right, I will be looking at the video memes because the video memes tend to be pretty good.
なるほど、分艦隊ですか。分艦隊。取説の最後に書いてありましたよ。艦隊を20まで分散させて操作できるみたいですね。ただ、こんな数を同時操作するなど人間技では不可能なので誰もやらなかっただけです。人間技ではね。
そんなに力を入れると壊れるんじゃ。敗北主義者は皇帝10周の刑よ。しかもすっぱだかで緑色の火星人が追いかけてくるって叫びながら10周。弱音は許さないんだから。
だな。長門さん、あなたは一体何をしておいでなのでしょうか。おい長門。
何？
俺はインチキすんなって言っておいたはずだぞ。
していない。特別な情報操作を行っているわけではない。課せられたルールを遵守している。
そうなのか。
インチキと呼ばれる行為をしているのコンピュータ犬の方。
奴らがどういうことだ。
彼らの索敵モードがオフになっている。マップ全域のすべてが我々の位置を含めて最初から丸見え。
長門にしては分かりやすい説明だ。こちらからは敵が見えないのに向こうからは見えてるってのか。道理で勝てないわけだ。
そう、我々には敗北以外の選択肢がなかった。それを是正したい。
連中がズルしてるのは分かったよ。でもさ、だからといってこっちがさらにインチキな魔法を使って対抗したら結局は連中と同じになっちまうぜ。いや、それ以下だ。
あなたの指示に違反することはない。地球の現代技術レベルにのっとってプログラムに修正を施したいと思う。条件を対等にするだけ。許可を。
ひょっとして勝ちたいのか。よし、やっちまえ。
そう。
Very good. So definitely one of the better memes in this sub. I had to dig quite a bit to get here, but I think the reason for this is because 4 years ago they didn't have as many people subscribed to or looking at the subs. So even though this would have been pretty popular, you're still stuck overall in the numbers from back then. Also, gotta give Hessel a shout out here. Do go check him out. For people on my channel, you've probably seen him a bunch in collabs in the open VCs. Some of the content you might be interested in. Actually, you haven't played chess in a while, but that is a thing that we've done before too. And he's lately been picking up composing in sheet music, and I think he's been getting better and better at that every time he does it. All right, let's step through this. This is from Haruhi, I think the second season, first season. I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. They're all kind of blurred. But yeah, we have Gen 2, which is a Linux distro. This isn't really a programming meme at this point, but I don't think Linux Animemes existed back then. Yeah, Gen 2, which is notorious for being very, how should I say it? I don't want to say hard to use, but the way you install it is that you pull the packages and then all the packages get compiled. Where in contrast to something like Arch, so Arch and Gentoo are fairly similar. But whereas Arch, you pull binary packages, in Gentoo you pull source packages and you have to build them yourself. And so in many ways, it's a little bit more involved than Arch. And you have the ability to change the build flags in the packages that you install before you build them. As much as I have the skill to use Gentoo, I do not have the desire to use Gentoo. Yeah, where everything is compiled from source. I also don't want to wait for all that stuff. I think binary packages do exist on Gentoo, but I would still rather not use my compute power on building stuff. Not much better than other distros. Whoever installed must be extremely autistic. I mean, no comment there. This does seem like a bit of a 4chan meme. I'll give it that. Because we did see green text later on, implying the macOS is good. Implying it's even comparable to Linux just because it's Unix based. macOS is actually Unix based and can trace its lineage back to real Unix, whereas Linux is just a Unix clone and shares no code with Unix, so it can't be called a Unix. But yeah, BSD is a real Unix. macOS is real Unix. Windows sucks. GNU is bloat, which is funny to say because I think Gentoo does use GNU by default, if I'm not mistaken. But being Gentoo, you can of course substitute all your packages with whatever you want. Also took the liberty of rewriting the entire Linux kernel in Holy C. Holy C being the programming language by Terry Davis, who is known for Temple OS, and Holy C was written for Temple OS, if I'm not mistaken. But doing that on Gentoo, I saw distcc on all the school's computers. Distcc, I think, is a, I'm not mistaken, is a distribution tool where you can deploy a distro across multiple computers or something like that. But of course, getting that installed on all the computers is another problem too. It's as if I have... Wait, no, actually, hold on. No, I'm getting this wrong. I should stop saying stuff as if I know stuff. No, yeah, it's a tool for speeding up the compilation of source code. So it's more of a network thing. Yeah. So you make use of cores on other machines on the network. Distributed C compile, right? Yeah. Yeah, how did you manage to get all the school computers in the whole place in the first place? Yeah. Backdoor every Windows OS. Won't be able to get any work done or consume social media. But yeah, Haruhi is a good show. There is a certain watch order that I prefer to show, once again, I used to run an anime club at work, and Haruhi was one of the shows that we had ran during the time there. Watch order. Oh, here it is. Yes, watch order wiki. Haruhi. Oh, they changed this. They used to have a alternate They just have an alternate watch order here with something that one of the users had one of the redditors had commented on. But now they just list the chronological order. I'm gonna have to go find it later. I will post it in the Discord when I do find it. If you're not already in the Discord, there it is. We do have a channel for programming, but I'll be posting this probably in one of the live channels when I do find it after the stream. All right, skip ahead. Aha, we got another bucket meme. So let's go ahead and watch this.
5メートル以内に近づいちゃダメだからね。分かってます。キン。待って。よし、来るぞ。リポート。やつひなたちゃん大変。なんだ？こっちに来る。え？来た。来る。待て待て待て。5メートルだ。待て待て。大騒ぎね。
Yeah. So another meme from Place Further in the Universe, starting on my Toy Basho. I think this expresses the sentiment that a lot of JS devs have, where they find a new shiny tool and they want to use it for everything. I mean, I guess this probably isn't restricted to only JS devs, but the sentiment is certainly common there. Yeah, new shiny tool, you want to use it for everything, despite it not being particularly mature or having been tested in production, like, getting popular. Do your due diligence before you use stuff. All right, we'll probably go through a couple more pages and we'll probably end it there. Aha. Oh, 13 seconds. I don't remember what show this is from. But yeah, sometimes when you delete code, things go wrong. That's why you put things in source control. Asobi Asobase, yes. This is another one of the shows I have on my plan to watch list. I have not gotten around to it yet. But yeah, put your stuff in source control. Did I miss anything? Oh, I got one from iSafe, actually. Got a couple from iSafe. I'm going to go back to those ones. iSafe being the founder of this sub. It's not like I'm overusing NPM packages or anything. Blaming how JS handles numbers and types. Is odd, is number, is even. Those are real packages that do exist. Don't mind the drunk. Yeah, don't actually use those packages though. I think we did end up using them. We may have used them in our NPM dependency stream. Possibly. Rubber duck debugging. Yeah, so instead of a rubber duck, you can use anything you want, including a Megumin figure. Remember the left pad incident? Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, we went over that in an earlier meme. It was incredible that we got to that situation, and I don't think we really learned anything. And, we were reminded it got fixed for us, and then things went chugging on, and nothing. Well, I mean, the language ended up getting left pads in the language itself. So in that sense, yes, that specific problem did get solved. But I think overall, our dependence on small packages and indirect packages, we still have the opportunity for another left pad. All right. What else do we have here? So this is another video, which is gone, I think. Yeah, this one's gone. Unfortunate. And we already had this one. I got another bucket meme here. Browser front end, back end server API, legacy code written by interns. Yeah, it's like that one XKCD where depend. I can I spell? Apparently not. Yeah, so you have all this stuff built on top, and depending on a project, some random person in Nebraska has been thanklessly maintaining since 2003. Which, I mean, this is slightly different from what you have in this meme, where you have code that is based largely written by interns. And I have actually experienced this, I think, where you have the base written by interns, and then somebody found it useful, and it ended up being used in something else, and now it's in production in a critical path. So it does happen, and I think there were comments here saying something of the sort. Yeah, this is from Danshi Kokusen Nichijo, affectionately known by the Western fan base as Nichi Bros. The daily lives of high school boys. But yeah, I like this comment here. Intern gets hired. Intern has nothing to do, and everyone else is keeping the business running. Intern gets to work on a prototype with little to no oversight. Prototype is actually not half bad. Prototype gets added to the portfolio. Production. Boss is happy about the free profits. Product gets integrated into existing projects. Codebase begins to fester, never to be removed again. That seems a pretty common life cycle, at least in my company. Yeah, I really like the word production here. As Bucket also seems to have expressed there. But yeah, relatable. I got another virtual Harvey meme here, so let's go ahead and watch that.
Hey, Charlie. I printed out all the code I've written as you requested. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Hey, sweetie! Oh, this is a lot of code! Much better than your senior colleague who just submitted an Uno skip card and then swore at me. Actually, since you can see the amount of work I've done as an unpaid intern, I was thinking... Get to the point. I would like a promotion. Sure, why not? Wait, really? Yeah, it's easy. I hereby promote you from unpaid intern to senior executive intern. Thanks, I guess. Will I get paid now? Oh, of course! In exposure. Then could I get another one of those promotions? You literally just got one, honey. Millennials these days. Actually, based on your age, you are the millennial. Nani?
Yeah, that's, I don't know how much of this is programming anime, but it's a good meme nonetheless. Unpaid interns, I think, is a bit of a trap. Not only for the intern, because they're not getting anything, but also for the company, because as much as you're not paying them, it also means that you are bringing in you are still spending time training them and whatnot, so you are still spending money and time. So I don't know. If you are putting out a call for an unpaid intern, sure, because then you expect that. Although it kind of sucks for the intern to not get paid. If you are accepting an offer for free work, so if somebody offers you to work for free, probably don't take that, because it's not actually free. You end up spending a lot of time and effort trying to work with them. Although, of course, to your judgment. If it ends up working out, then or if you think it's going to work out, then do it. yeah, senior dev submit an Uno skip card, swore at me, as an experienced senior dev would probably do. Because, you know, lines of code, as we said earlier, lines of code is not a good metric. Because a lot of the times when you're programming, or even half the time when you're programming, a good programmer will be deleting code half the time. Yeah. Another good one from Virtual Harpy there.
笑わない？
さくらさんの作った。
そうですよ。すごいでしょう。あ、また止まっちゃった。
I'd say it's a bit of a lazy meme, except it is actually video edited. Because the original, I think the original one had it crashing a game, and now you just have it crashing the OS, which is fine. Yeah, this one's again from New Game. If you haven't already gotten familiar with that one, you got another bucket meme here. Okay, just checking the time here. We still got. I know we said we'd end like an hour ago, but we can keep going for a bit. Enterprise Solution. Thumbnail looks like it's from Joshiraku, which is an absolutely good good show, and the translators on both the official versions and both fan subs are quite good.
ひどい虫歯でグラグラしているみたいだし、もう抜くしかないんじゃない？朝伸びをした瞬間に抜けるの。あったな、そんなの。こんな原始的な抜き方いいわけないだろう。確かにね、あまりに原始的ね。こんなこともあろうかとハイテクマシンを用意したわ。
Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and put this in full screen. Hopefully you can read better.
家庭を複雑にすりゃいいってもんじゃ。っていうかピタゴラスイッチかよ。それにこの糸、外に伸びてるじゃないか。仕掛けが外に出ていくぞ。
直ちに。ああ。
And so we have spent too much time doing this task manually every week. Another one of those automation things. And yeah, if you are doing a repetitive task, you should consider automating it. Logs on in the morning, I'll be done. The original script has them talking about pulling out a tooth because of a toothache. Yeah, hacky script. Thought you might say that, so build an enterprise level solution. And of course, enterprise level includes a lot of complexity and often unnecessary. How many classes does this have because of object-oriented programming? Making network calls for something that seemingly shouldn't. Hope you didn't pay for those APIs. Because often with services, you do have to pay for them. From crowdsourced task, so probably something like Mechanical Turk, where you can get real humans to do a task within a certain time frame. Alright, I'll go ahead and skip most of these. I got another bucket meme, so I'll go ahead and do that one. Elusive programmer bug. Very simple meme. Go looking for bugs that are hiding away. Neural net 3 years ago. I guess we're starting to get into the AI here. Is fate indeed 100% accurate indeed? I mean... Switch to Python 3. It's a beautiful array of code. Why would you write encoding declaration? It's 2021. This, the coding UTF-8? Well, this is for, this is something that, let me make this bigger so you can see it. That is a line that tells Emacs what the encoding is. And so sure, maybe you should have your editor default to that already, but I don't see any particular harm in doing this. But yeah, also legacy code. Alright. Well, I got another, I don't know how many of these we're going to go through, but I think we're starting to finally get through some of the video memes that had come up earlier in subreddit's lifetime. I don't want to go on for too long. I think we're probably going for a few more minutes and then we'll end it there. We are running up to 4.5 hours.
メリルの実少しもらってもいい？私も油取りたい。マインもやってみたいのね。いいよ。いい？飛び散らないようにまず布で包んで。マイン？何してるの？そうか。飛び散らないように布とかで包まなきゃいけなかったんだ。マイン？食べ物で遊ぶんじゃありません。
This is from, oh, what's it called? I know the last one was Gekikujo. Roboragi. Honzuki no Gekkokujo. The English title is Ascendance of a Bookworm. Yeah, that's what it was. I had watched, I think it was 2 seasons of this. I don't remember if there were more. But yeah, don't go testing things in production. As they do say that everyone has a test environment. Some of them, but some people just have their test environment in production. Do try to separate out your test environments so that you have a separate one from production. I got another one. Got one from the Pyro Eagle.
Take. Take.
TCP handshake. So TCP is the network protocol, which used to power HTTP. No longer does because we have Quick now. Although it does for earlier versions of HTTP. But the handshake is basically I don't remember what SYN stands for, but you do have some acknowledgements back and forth, making sure that everyone has received everything that has been sent, basically. Time for a change after 8 years of PHP. Going from PHP to TypeScript, because that is a fairly common pipeline nowadays, where everything is just written in the same language, both on the server and the browser. Fantasizing from Koisu Asteroid, also a good show here. It's about both geology and astronomy. I think I got into this for the astronomy aspect, but both aspects are very good. Me using Python code, everyone else's syntax is awesome. Python syntax is whatever. I mean, like I said, I don't write Python. I am a little bit apprehensive about the required white space, but I don't hate it. All right. Aha. And we got so in 2019, ProgrammerAnimemes had a internal. I think they figured things out internally, or maybe it was a vote. I don't remember. It must be in the comments somewhere. Yeah, so they had categories, and they worked out some of the what is it, the best ones of those. I think maybe it was a vote. I don't remember. Well, we'll check these ones out. Hopefully they're still around. Oh yeah, so that comes with context here because we have lines logs, another video meme from Bucket here, another one from the Sentence of the Bookworm.
これも物置で乾かそう。お、あれ、ない。なんで？
どうしたのマイン？
母さん、ここにあった木管知らない？
木管？
細いのや太いのやいろいろ全部表面を削ってある木で。
ああ、マインが拾ってきた薪ね。それなら使ったわよ。
使った？なんで？
Don't leave things in temp when you expect to keep them around. That's what bar temp is for. But yeah, so that one won Best OC Video of 2019. Then we have OC Image, which I think is gone. I know somebody had a backup here. Error. Compiler error on line 502. Only have 32 lines of codes and have 0 imports. A little bit awkward there. And then best comments. This comment here, because we have this IQ3. It's a bit of a layered meme. It doesn't look like anything at the like on the surface. But if you think about it and look deeply, it actually is a program, which the Pyro Eagle here has managed to decipher. There was another one actually. Let me find another one of Bucket's. It's around here somewhere. So you know what? I'll just go ahead and search for it. FizzBuzz on a related topic. This is FizzBuzz written in memes. So you have a variable being set to 1 here. If the variable is greater than 100, then break. So this is the scene from Haruhi where Endless 8 breaks. And then you have a string, and then you have the number variable. Is it a multiple of 3? If it isn't, then do nothing. Oraki here being a person who does or prefers to do nothing. Otherwise, you append fizz to the string. If it's a multiple of 5. Once again, if it isn't a multiple of 5, do nothing, otherwise you append buzz to it. And then if the string is empty, if the string is not empty, then you do nothing. Otherwise you turn the number into a string. And then you shout out the string, and then you add 1 to the number variable. And then you loop again. It makes sense. I think there was an effort to try to turn this into a real programming language that you can actually run. I think effort on that has stalled. I don't know if I would want to try to pick up where they left off, but it is possible. I think there was a proof of concept. Where are we? Okay, we'll go through a couple more of these. I think this is probably going to be the last page because we have 4 bucket memes here. And I think everything else after that is There were a couple more that I remember being pretty alright, pretty decent. But there's several pages in and I don't want to go look for them. Alright. Spreading the agenda of Rust. Yes, the Rust people do like to try to spread Rust as much as they can.
なんか人肌程度に暖かくない？畳なのに。
No, I'd full screen this.
床？
ひっぺがしてみればわかるだろう。
床暖房はないね。ないね。
床下は異常なしと。
This one's from Joshiaku. It's one of my favorite skits in the show. But yeah, wonder how does this AI work? And then the meme goes that it's just a bunch of if-elses. Which I think very early on probably was the case for like AI in the like in the 70s or something. There was this chatbot called Eliza, one of the very first chatbots, and I would imagine it probably had something similar to this.
ただ普通に歩いたのでは無駄だ。そこで
Full screen the skin.
お前たちにはあれを背負ってもらう。
力ないわね。いい？こういうのはしっかり前に体重をかけて。
ここまで期待を裏切らないなんて本当にいい子たちね、みんな。
ねえ、いいか。重量のあるザックを担ぐ場合はまず後ろに倒す。そしてここでザックの重量を完全に背中に乗せたら
かっこ悪い。
いくらとっととやれ。
Alright, it seems YouTube may have detected the copyright content after all. YouTube, how are we doing? It's bound to happen for this stream. Alright, I'm going to skip this one because I don't remember. This one wasn't as good as the other ones. And if we're getting copyright claim, we're going to have to end soon anyway, just so we minimize our risk here. I'm just going to check on the stream here, make sure we're still up. I think we're still up. Okay, very good. But I might end up having to cut parts of the stream out. So, like I said earlier, if you care about the stream, maybe consider, you know. All right, and on this last one here, I got another bucket meme. This one I remember being pretty good. Full Metal Panic from Mofu. It's about as crazy as you as crazy as it looks. This was the comedy season for the show. But anyway, going through this, we're parsing HTML with regex. This comes from a famous Stack Overflow answer. It should be in here somewhere. Yes, this one. Definitely worth a look if you haven't seen it already. But yeah, the answer is replicated here. Don't parse HTML with regex unless you know what you're doing. But even then, you know, it's not quite the right tool most of the time. But it is possible. But yeah, we have this. Yeah, I mean, it's just making fun of that. Because pony, it is in the text. Okay. Should I just should I let Twitch go to ads? Yeah, ads are gonna start in about a minute and a half. I think we can maybe go for one more page. And then just stall until Twitch is out of ads. No, like maybe 2 more pages. Please comment on your code. Me trying to learn shaders programming. Yeah, I mean, code examples are nice. Yes, Python programmer. So missing a semicolon doesn't matter because Python doesn't really use semicolons in your normal programming, but you do have to make sure your indentation is correct. I can't say I fully understand how indentation works in Python, but I should probably learn how to do that. This is, of course, Uticamp. Definitely one of my favorite anime too. I haven't caught up past the first season, I think. I'll definitely go give that a watch at some point. Finish it off. This is hardly a meme. From New Game though. I'm actually about to finish right now. This application stopped working, yeah. Ah, I use this meme actually in one of my thumbnails. Enemy X HUD. Sorry, that was a strange thing to ask because this is the question in prologue asking who is the enemy. Alright, watch mine's logs. Another one from Mr. Lee's here. Our boss who suggested the entire application should be done in Java. Me shirking responsibilities when my boss first mentioned Java. Fair enough. Twitch, hurry up with the ads, please. Thank you. People with cold hands, code compiles every time. Circuitron, when you're an engineer but also love anime, you can get these things printed. It is a thing you can do. Now another one from iSafe here. 32 gigs of RAM, new MacBook Pro, Android Studio. Android Studio probably does take up a lot of memory. I've used it maybe twice. Okay, I'm gonna stall for a little bit. I do want to come back to this one because this one is I will do a demonstration of this one. Good morning, welcome back to 539. We're going to end soon. I'm just stalling until Twitch comes back from ads, and we'll probably finish at this page here. Is there any other good ones here? And I don't know, a warning for YouTube. It's probably going to be something cut because I did get a notice. Every program knows superior format mm/dd/yyyy, dd/mm/yyyy. No, this is wrong. There should be dashes. YYYYD dash mm dash dd. There's got to be something in the comments saying something about yeah, ISO 8601 or RFC 3339, which is at least free. Yeah, they're largely equivalent for most things you need dates for. Okay, Twitch, welcome back. This one was pretty good. Go ahead and
確かこの辺りから。
I have to wonder if a fan subber actually did this one. Because that text rendering was pretty reminiscent of fan subbing type setting. Yeah, a certain scientific railgun is where this one's from. Okay, I go back. Skipped. Yeah, I want to go back on this one because I can actually demonstrate this. So document.all returns an HTML all collection. Type of document.all is undefined. Now, please don't lie to me. This is Komi in chapter 227. I don't remember if I've gotten this far yet. But yeah, I can actually demonstrate this for you. Nope, not that. Clear? Can I clear the console? Alright, I guess I can just press the thing there. Document.all is an HTML all collection containing all of the elements on the page. But if you do type of document.all, you get undefined. And this is because document.all is a legacy property that existed on Internet Explorer. And the story goes that one way that site programmers could differentiate between Internet Explorer and other browsers was the existence of document.all. So if document.all existed, then it was Internet Explorer, and if it didn't, then it wasn't. So oftentimes you'd see something like document.all as an if statement like this. Console.log yes else console.log no. That should be good enough here. So yeah, with the existence check here, right? It's as if it doesn't exist. And so in modern browsers, in the spec, it said that the HTML all collection behaves like undefined when you do this kind of check. But if you try to access it, then you can actually do stuff with it for the sites that actually need to reach in and use stuff in it. So just because it exists, though, doesn't mean that you should use it. It's there for compatibility reasons. I actually do wonder if all in documents is a thing. That is true. Okay, so that is there. But yeah, this is a very big compatibility hack. The browser is effectively lying to the page when you're using document.all. It used to be a willful violation of the spec, but they eventually reworded the spec so that it is no longer a violation. Lies our computer tells themselves, yeah. All right. I think we're probably going to leave it there. We are close to 5 hours, and I think the more memes we go, we look at the higher chance of this getting taken down. So we'll probably leave it there. What else do we have here? Next stream, we're going to continue our new composition. provisionally titled 2025-0808 because we started it last week. I don't have a title for this yet. Hopefully come with a title before I stop working on it. But at the moment, I don't have a title for it yet. If any of you have any suggestions, please do let me know. That'll be tomorrow, both on Twitch and YouTube. For those of you not in the Discord, I can spell it right. There it is. We do have a channel for programming and also music making and a bunch of other things too. I did say that I would find something and put it in the Penbu live channel, and I don't remember what that was anymore. I may have to go search that in the VODs. Yeah, I don't remember what it was. But if I do find it, I will put it there. Is there anything else? I'm trying to remember. I don't think so. I'm gonna go give a link to Virtual Harvey once again. There's a bunch more stuff there. Yeah, I think there was a couple memes that I didn't go through that I think are worth watching. And then ProgrammerAnimemes. Oh, hold on. Author Bucket 3432. I'm also going to send a link to Bucket's meme on this because we didn't go through everything of his either. And I think those are worth going through. Like Dust Device, this one's kind of fun, but I'm not going to bother going through that. I'm not going to bother going through that today. I don't know if we're going to revisit the sub because we have gone through most of the good ones already. Oh, I guess, right, you can't see that. Yeah, Duff's Device. This one's a fun one. Yeah, I think we've exhausted a lot of the good ones already. There's still some, like, half and bucket stuff that we haven't gone through. But you can just search that, or read up on that on your own. Okay, what else do we have? I think that's it. For those of you who stuck around from the raids, thanks for sticking around. And, see you next time. This is a time for us to raid somebody else. And, yeah, so if you're on Twitch, stick around. We're going to find something to raid. Otherwise, on YouTube, we're just going to end as usual. I feel like I'm missing something. But if I'm missing something, I guess I'll just post it on Discord and social media and whatnot. Okay. That's it then. I hope you enjoyed the memes, and we're not gonna go through that one again. Yes. It's been 5 hours. Alright, good night, chat. Thanks for coming to the stream. We'll see you next time. Bye. Alright, Twitch, I got nobody relevant to raid, so we're gonna just raid somebody on my follows list. I'm gonna give Floof a visit here. She's doing rigging on one of her models that she had drawn during her donathon. Yes. It's a fun streamer to be in. Or fun streamer to hang out with. So I hope you enjoy. This is a raid message. If you'd like to participate, you can go ahead and copy that and paste it when we get there. Yeah, that is it. I hope to see you tomorrow, and good night. Bye.